Okay, hey guys, here we go. Thank you for joining the live. Melissa's here with us today, of course. Now, did you go in hiding on me? Or were you planning on staying off camera? One minute I seen you, now I don't.
I might come on here in a minute.
Oh, okay. So, anyways, you guys, it's Friday, TGIF, I guess, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I had planned on doing a live today, but what happened is that I stayed up really late last night. Well, let's just say right into the morning, and then I was like, I just need to sleep, even though we had scheduled it for about 5 o'clock, I think originally my time, which is 8 o'clock your time, but half an hour I needed extra winks there. Anyways, you guys, thank you. So Melissa has done one live on this particular case with me before, like probably a couple months ago it was. But other than that, Melissa of American Justice Channel, we've covered Sebastian Rogers extensively and somewhat of Delphi together as well. And so, yeah, and so today, well, she's been going over a lot of stuff. So anyways, Melissa, welcome again. You can speak now.
Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't find my mute button. It all changed since I was on here last.
Mhm. So yeah, so welcome, of course, so to the live today. We're gonna get Melissa's kind of perspective. Melissa, just tell me though what you have been going over in the last more so few days with this case of Jack and Lily.
So, you know me, when I make timelines and documents, I go all the way back to the beginning. So, I've been going through, it's been kind of a busy week. I initially told you I would get started on the document next week. But I did go ahead and get started on it. And so I've just kind of been going through and watching mostly news clips at this point. I have listened to the audio about that Janie that you had put together.
That's like 2.5
that
hours.
Was a mind fuck.
Freaking torture right there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was torturous. I know I was sending messages to you and somebody else, and I'm like, did I just hear that right? Is she really that stupid? Like, is this what the hell?
Oh, yeah. So just to preface, just like me and Charmaine, same thing applies to Melissa. She's just a blunt person, as well. So expect the unexpected, or just will roll out of her tongue off her or off her out of her mouth onto her tongue type of thing, and out it comes. So I like truth always, myself, right? No bullshit. It's just say it like it is, say what you mean what you say type of thing. So anyways, go on. So you were listening to Janie for 2.5 hours. Sorry, Janie, not sorry, Janie.
Oh Lord.
That's torture.
That was torture. We can just play that for those in Alligator Alcatraz, they'll leave. It was bad. It was like, wow, really?
Could you imagine playing that in every prison? Could you? Seriously? Could you imagine playing 2.5 hours rotating in a prison? Like, how many would be left by the end of it? Seriously. Go on.
Sorry. Right? Like, that's enough to cause somebody to unalive themselves. That was horrible. I was just like, wow.
Angry.
Really?
But whatever.
Okay, we care more about our dog than we do about 2 missing children. All right. Got it.
Love animals, though.
Well, I do too, but I'd be a little more concerned about my 2 missing grandchildren that she said, well, they're not my grandchildren, but I consider them my grandchildren. Really? Because you don't talk about them like you do.
Right. And we'll get into that in a second. Anyone that's in here, please hit the like and share for Jack and Lily first and foremost. They've been missing for almost 6 months now, since May 2nd of 2025. We're 5 days shy of Jack's 5th birthday. And we're, of course, 31 days. So 7, 8, 9 days shy of 6 months that Jack and Lily have been missing. It's a case that's near and dear to our hearts. Obviously, that's why you guys are here. And We just want to make sure that Jack and Lily get the awareness that they deserve, and of course, put out any facts that we know of, or at least what we deem as facts per se. Thank you again to all the family members that speak out, have spoken out, and continue to do so. With that being said, Jack and Lily need our voices. They need the awareness, and they need us to be feisty for them. If the parents aren't going to do it, we sure damn right are. But anyways, but yeah, so you listen to that and watch some interviews, and what else?
I had an hour-and-a-half conversation yesterday with Belinda on Facebook Messenger voice call. And so, you know, I had some questions that I had wrote down, just that from what little I really know about the case, because there's not a whole lot I'm not confident in saying I know about this case a lot. And so when things would come up, I would write questions down, and I got those answered. And then we had some other conversations and other questions would come up. So I'm just putting everything together like I did with Sebastian. So anybody that was here during Sebastian's case knows I have a knack for making timelines and documents. And I'm doing the same thing and just starting at the beginning and doing the same thing I did for Sebastian for Jack and Lily.
I was gonna say, so you guys, during Sebastian's case, right? Melissa had made this huge file that you could go to for pretty much all the interviews, anything that was said, news articles and stuff like that, screenshots, pictures, different things. Okay, when when Melissa did that, I was like, good fight, because she's gonna obviously be paying catch up really on this one, and good fight. And I was expecting her after a couple days to be like, fuck it, this is way too much for the Sebastian Rogers case. Oh no, she was taught her a lot about making the document first of all, but it was that one piece of a go-to thing that she was basically taking all the work away from people that wanted to find articles or anything like that, or interviews. And it was like your one-stop shop in a sense that you could go to. And it took a long effing time to make. So these things usually don't get appreciated as much as they're very useful. So these things, this one right here, again, should be doing like the same thing for Jack and Lily, right? And it's to your advantage to ever take use of that, because so many people don't know where to find something half the time, or did it. Anyways, it was very comprehensive with Sebastian Rogers, and I got to send her over a shitload of stuff myself still. But right, it definitely takes a minute. Now, I mean, maybe the case will get solved by then, for all we know. Who knows? But you know, just when Melissa, she's like one of those ones too. When I set my mind to something, well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I become a procrastinator over the years. But I usually, when I set my mind to do something, I do it. I used to say that 100% factual. Now I have to hesitate, because I'm like, oh, sometimes I push things off nowadays. But it's a task for doing that, right, Melissa? It's a task.
It is a task, but for those that are new here, here, I'll even go on camera for a minute.
Oh my God.
I know, right? It's been so long since you've seen me. My son was murdered. And before he was murdered, he went missing. So when it comes to a missing person, I really empathize with the family, because I know what they're going through. I've been there. I've done that. I've had it in my own life. You know, I've got a son that was murdered, so I've been through that. So when I do these documents, it's almost as if I'm doing it in his name, because it's my way of giving back. And hopefully somewhere in there, somebody can go, wait a minute, because I put in there, you know, even the contradictions, and I'll put links to, this is where this was said, and this is where this was said, and you can see it for yourself. And I put quotes, and I've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 pages of document already. for this case, and I'm
That's right.
only being able to work on it maybe an hour or two a day, but I'm trying to get it done as fast as I can so that we can get it out there for, well, you, because you'll put it out, I'm sure, just like before, and then eventually share it for everybody.
And then that way, you're going to be top 100 notch from beginning to end of where it is right now and pretty much know everything. The only thing that you won't be able to probably understand is from when somebody watches a case from the start. Obviously, I don't know, I'll just use like a person, I don't know, Daniel. You get to see what he's doing the entire time. Like you get to visually see it all the time, his games and his, tactics and his manipulation and stuff like that. Now, Daniel, honestly, I believe Daniel is oblivious to his own shit. Um, like honestly, it's like the blind leading the blind with him. You can sit there and tell him, I swear to God, he's like, it's like having what I feel like a soulless person in there, total like empty, you know, and they just walk around with this mask of bullshit. But thing is that then you come across the smart people who don't buy into that shit because they see right through people like you, right, guys? Right. But anyways, but so you don't like uh, again when you're living it for like almost 6 months. You just, 1 second. Want to thank you. Thank you, Linda Hedgie. Oh, 10 pounds. You're from England over there, where my husband's from, eh? On there. Thank you, Linda. Now sometimes, and this happened in Charmaine's too, but sometimes YouTube does this really weird thing where you guys see numbers after your name that you don't normally see. Just know that's like a YouTube thing. And one more quick thing. Zach, buddy. Zach Jackson, you guys, he had a live yesterday. I see this is what happens when you age, Zach. I told myself, don't forget. What did I do? I was bombarded yesterday after work, like with and during before when I woke up with messages. I was flipping exhausted, but I was going, and then all of a sudden I lay down with my iPad and I'm like, all of a sudden I see Zach. Oh, was live. I'm like, shit. So sorry, Zach, on that one. Totally meant to be there. Totally, as you get older, sometimes these things, the memory, you need like sticky notes or something. But anyways, so nice to see you in here, and everybody else as well. And thanks again. Um, I'll just quickly say to Linda for this super sticker and to Tanya as well. That's my twin sister's name, by the way, Tanya. But anyways, thank you guys all for being here. No worries. Yeah, I appreciate it. Just thought counts. Yeah, the thought did count. It truly did. Because I wanted to kick myself when I saw that. I'm sure you'll do another live at some point. Anyways, yeah, your name changed. Don't worry about that. It's YouTube. But okay. Now, just quickly, you guys. Again, for Jack's 5th birthday, there's going to be a candlelight vigil Wednesday, October 29th at 2:25. Or sorry, at 2:25. Get a life, son. Okay, between 7 and 7:30 p.m. Sellerton RCMP detachment. Okay, so again, as Jack's 5th birthday approaches, our hearts are heavy knowing that he and his sister Lily are still missing. Instead of the joyful celebration that should have been, we will gather together to honor Jack, to share our love, our hope, and our prayers for both him and Lily. So again, blessings for everyone that's going to be able to be there. Now that I think about it, I don't know that I'll be able to stream it, you guys, because I always forget. Like I work till like 5:30, which is like 9:30 your time, even then at best, to be on a live for 6. So by that time it's 10. So I'll just have to get Kent or whatever to forward it to me or whatever from the Facebook group or something. But anyways, yeah, I totally forget about that stuff. You guys need to change your time zone, eh? Melissa, I can handle yours. Yours is 3 hours, but the 4-hour difference is a little heavier on there. Where'd you go?
I am still so Bobby said that she believes Daniel about everything. And so
Okay.
I'm trying to
Okay, Bobby.
process that comment in my brain and it's just not computing.
You know, and I'm sorry, Bobby. It's just that I don't know what part that you find 100% believable. Like, okay, first of all, let's just take away Jack and Lily. I mean, so when he said he didn't have a girlfriend and denied all that, and then he does have a girlfriend, that's not a lie, you know? When he changes from and shifts from saying this to that, and that's not a lie. Uh well, anyways, you do you, okay? And at the end of the day, I mean, I can't personally understand. Um, God, I hate to say this, but it's just so visually obvious um, who this man is. But hey, you know what? It takes a lot of people to make the world go round and have different thoughts and all that stuff. So you do you, boo, on that one. I'm
Well,
sorry.
here I got a question for Bobby. And this is a serious question, Bobby. So in one of the interviews, Daniel said, "We noticed," and these are quotes. "We noticed that the children were gone. Immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, and many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there." In another interview, he said, "I ran up in the woods to the kids, though they have cabins up in the woods, which only took me 30 seconds. I came right back down. She was on the phone with RCMP." Okay, that's just one contradiction. So if you believe him, which one of those two do you believe? Because they can't both be true.
Well, I mean, I could sit there and give 5 versions of Malaya on the phone and what he said and did. I mean, I can give, like, seriously, like, 4 versions of that. Thank you, Daniel. But anyways, yeah. Okay. So you had a call with Belinda, you said, for about an hour and a half. And obviously, you know, Belinda's a lovely lady, right? She's been basically Daniel pissed her off by saying that he was the only one searching. I think he's pissed a lot of family members off by saying that, to be honest. But that doesn't stop Daniel from saying stuff like that. But anyways, and then so Belinda, she had started coming up on the lives and being a voice for Jack and Lily, and then her daughter Chelsea Gray as well. And there's a lot of voices. I mean, and there's more coming out too, by the way, right? Like, meaning that more people are talking. We're getting to know Justin and Brad, and more that the documents are unredacted and stuff like that. And so this is all about, like I said, being a voice for Jack and Lily. And if somebody's, and I'm talking to you, Brad, and I might show it in a bit, but if you're going to put words like you don't care what others fucking think and all that stuff, then stand behind those words, because Jack and Lily need the truth. Justin, same as you, I messaged you guys both, including your wife, Brad, just because, you know what, it's just, bottom line is, okay, there's no, like, being brought into something that you never wanted to be a part of. Unfortunately, in the real world of true crime and internet nowadays, unfortunately, that's just not going to happen, right? Now, you can choose to, stay behind the scenes in a sense, or come into the live and, make comments and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, all I seek for, there's nothing going to, get in my way at all. I'm not that person to hide, behind something. And I'm not trying to say that everyone that doesn't come forward, is like a wussy or nothing like that, but it's already out there. Your statements and your words are already out there from the uncovered documents. You guys are watching chats and stuff like that. So, let's just, like with Justin, for instance, Justin more so than Brad on this one. Justin, right? Just let people know exactly where you were, right? On that map of where you heard, like where you were when you heard the vehicle go over the tracks and then back up towards Laird. Okay, stuff like that. Just clear it up, right? So instead of people always speculating on a bunch of stuff and stuff like that, why not? It's already out there, so just clear it up. And at the end of the day, it's for Jack and Lily, right? They're children. They're children that deserve answers. We are adults. We are here to be voices for Jack and Lily, no matter which way that is. So my call out to Justin and Brad is, not, I don't want to say as much Brad, but sure, why not? So, Brad, I was posed a question. So if you're watching this right now, I was posed a question that the neighborhood knows something you did last night. And there are people that are saying that, well, if you can say what you did last night that other neighbors would know about, then that would kind of prove that you're wrong. Now, you might say you don't give a fuck, da 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 da. But I'm saying just shut them down. I believe you. I believe in Justin. There's a lot of people out there that believe this. And it's not because I'm some gullible, person, but it's just that there's absolutely telltale signs of, first of all, why I believe boss man is Brad, and for Justin, whatever name he might go underneath, and that the wife is the wife that goes into chats is Brad's wife, Mary. And so it's one of those things, right? Instead of all the nonsense or whatever, you guys are already out there. So why not just step it up and be those voices for Jack and Lily as well, right? And not be shut down or not be afraid or not, just say, fuck it, I'm never going to do this again type of thing. And no, be proud of what you guys have done, and meaning to be a voice, right? So although I feel like Brad didn't want to be in no public eye, the fact that, when you have children and there's two children missing and you're like, what the fuck is up, right? And so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So, and same with Justin, right? Let us know exactly where you were to make sense of it instead of all the speculation, right? Like I said, it's already unredacted. So you might as well, just put the truth out there. And I say that to Justin, especially, not so much Brad, because we already know that, he said that he heard like a 5-speed vehicle and stuff like that. Daniels, it was what Justin had said. Now, Brad didn't say that in the documents himself, but I mean, come on, right? Obviously, if you live around a neighbor, for years, you're going to sit there and know the sound of their vehicle. I mean, there's only so many properties within that vicinity, not very many. So all I'm saying is I'm calling you guys out. I've messaged you on Messenger. I have no problem sitting there having a private conversation, but just knowing exactly when we're talking about truth and facts, just, so boss man, like I said, you've already made so many comments that we're going to go through with regarding things that you've said, and you've used the word they, so some of the things you're saying are as if you're trying to not be you, but then you say things that are inclusive to it being you, right? So don't hide from it, right? Just, again, be a voice for Jack and Lily. There's no need, right? Because your messages are very contradictory, but yet very telling. And I say the same thing to Justin. Justin, just clear up where exactly you were instead of the bullshit of this case, which this case, I want to say this, this case, the more I learn about it, the more sick and twisted that I think we'll find that it will be, to be honest with you. It's, to me, it's like, it's so sad even thinking about all the shit for Jack and Lily, and including Meadow. They deserve so much more than what they were given and what's happened to them, and no answers at this point. They need our help. They need our help. And those people that live around Daniel and Malaya, and that, like I said, quit. If you know that Daniel's a bullshitter, stop that man in his tracks. Just call out his shit. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, maybe either of you will message me on Messenger or Boss Man in here and stuff like that. I just want to say that Jack and Lily, it's almost been 6 months, and they deserve this bullshit to stop, and they deserve the truth. And that's all I ever seek, is just really the truth, right? And when I see bullshit, I'll often call it out. I can't stand bullshit. I can't stand it when someone thinks that they're playing us for a fool and stuff like that. That's how I see it. And so, Melissa, just quickly, in the bit that you know about this case, what would be, I guess, what would be your what's that word, synopsis or whatever? What would be that kind of like the gist of what you're seeing going on? Like, and kind of like, yeah, just a generalization of what you're seeing. Or do you feel like the parents are being honest? Do you feel like they're in the woods? Do you feel like they're stranger abduction, that they're hidden somewhere, or that something happened on that ground, on the family's property there? What do you think so far? Your opinion.
So before I do that, I'm supposed to tell you from Charmaine. It says, "Hey Melissa, remind Sunny to address the statement that we are pro Daniel channels."
Oh yeah, right. Okay, let me just address that quickly. So Charmaine sent a clip over earlier. Boom. Apparently, we're pro Daniel channels. So I guess Ninchi. So I've been giving Ninchi shout outs, right? But you know what? I'm not going to give you any more shout outs until you correct your shit. Me and Charmaine, we're not pro Daniel channels. First of all, that's laughable. Secondly, we're pro Jack and Lily channels. That's what we are. We're channels that want the truth. And it doesn't matter about who done it. It is like whoever's culpable will be culpable. Okay. Who's ever not culpable, whatever. But get your fucking shit straight, Ninji, because I've been shouting out your channel. But get your shit straight, right? Sitting there saying, that we're freaking like like seriously. I watch you, but now I'm just don't want to watch you. Like seriously. So that was at the 1 hour and 10 mark of her video today. I've given her a lot of freaking kudos and shit, but obviously you need to analyze yourself on that shit, to be honest with you. You need to retract that crap. Anyways,
I'm
I
not pro
know.
Daniel, pro Malaya. I'm pro Jack and Lily. And no matter what,
Pro logic and
who did
rational.
it or how it happened, Jack and Lily are the ones that matter. Finding
Absolutely.
them is what matters, not
Yeah.
any of the other bullshit that's going around. Because I tried to believe Daniel at first. I
Okay. Yeah. Go
did.
on. Go
And I
on.
thought, oh, wow, he's standing in the rain. He's going out and searching for these kids. I don't hear anything from Malaya. What is going on? And then I started looking into it more. And in one of the first interviews, he has a scratch, up under his eye. And I'm like, okay. So then the more I've looked into it and I've heard, bits and pieces of your lives, and I'm like, I just don't believe him anymore.
That's an old
And
scar, by the way.
Malaya, you suck as a mother. The right to take Meadow from you. If you
Mhm.
can't give any more shits about your missing children
Agree.
than you do, and then you're showing, then you are a shitty ass parent. I'm sorry. I said it. Prove me wrong. Talk to me. We'll talk privately. It'll be between you and I. I won't share what was said. Prove me wrong. Daniel, the same goes for you. Change my mind. Because I am looking into this, and like I said, I'm
Okay.
starting at the
In there.
beginning all over. I mean, I've caught here and there, and the only person that I can sit here and say I 100% believe what they tell me is Belinda, because everything she has said, I can back up through something Daniel said, something Janie said, somehow I can corroborate what she is telling me. And
Mhm.
I have a scenario in my mind how I think it possibly happened. We won't know
Okay.
that, of course. Nobody will until Jack and Lily are found, but I think it's very plausible.
Okay.
And
What's your scenario?
it,
What's yours? You never actually. So unless that was your scenario that I laughed at before the live, um, was that your scenario? The one that
so
we were
I
talking about?
personally believe, no, no. I
Okay.
personally believe that the abuse that night that him and Malaya had possibly gotten in a fight that day in town that continued. I think when they got home, the kids were probably acting up, and they'd been in a car all day, they'd been in town. And I think, me personally, he was punishing one of the two children for something, because it seems like he's kind of more the enforcer of the two. And the other one tried to step in, and he hurt both of them. That is my scenario and what I think fits what I know so far. But again, that may change the more I get into the case. But as of right now, that's the scenario I think is most plausible.
Okay, so when you say, so you believe that there was like some sort of argument of like, so what do you think happened to these kids? Like when I say happened, drugs, they got into drugs, they got abused, they got smothered. What do you think went on?
I think it was abuse. I think he was, to be blunt, I think he was most likely punishing. I don't remember which one always had the black eye. I want to say Jack, but it might have been Lily that had the black eye. He was punishing one of them. He was most likely hitting them, and the other one stepped in and he shoved them off to get them off of him and realized he had hurt. That's why I want to say Jack is the one that was shoved off, and he was hurt, and therefore he had to hurt Lily.
1 second here.
To keep her quiet so that she doesn't tell, or vice versa.
So that's a fake account right
One
there.
thing I find,
Brad Wong. 1 second. 1 second. So Brad Wong, I already know what the channel is, and your channel isn't that channel. So I'm just gonna ban and delete your comment. All right, because Charmaine, we already know what channel was Brad Wong was, and that's not it. Let's see actually when this person joined. Well, this person joined February 2nd, but they can just change their name. Anyways, at the end of the day, that's not his. So good fight. And go ahead.
So one of the things I noticed, and I reached out to Belinda because I thought, okay, did Jack have a birthmark? Because there's a picture, and it's the one where he's in like the little plaid shirt, and it looks like his hair is red in this picture, but he's got a mark on his face. And I was like, okay, is this a birthmark? Because it's not in other pictures. And, was it abuse? What is it that caused this mark on his face? So I brought it up to her, and he does not have a birthmark. So, there could be a million reasons to what caused that mark, but that's what leads me. One of the things that leads me to think this was abuse related. I think it was an accident, but I think it was abuse related, and that was kind of the end all do all, as he went a little too far.
Right. And absolutely, I feel like we're not so wrong on so family involvement then, eh?
100%. And my name is, the person who asked, my name is
1
Melissa,
second.
American Justice
1
on
second.
YouTube.
1 second.
Thank you. Hello, sorry, I'm not up to speed on this case.
Hi, Miss Dog Lover.
Nearby camera footage.
Well, I don't think there really is any too much nearby camera footage, but thank you, Miss Dog Lover. Always nice to see you. And yeah, that's Melissa from American Justice Channel, like she said. So Melissa's covered Sebastian Rogers' case. Melissa's in true crime as well, and she also has had a son that was murdered. And so again, she's been through a lot in her personal life. Obviously, different things bring people to true crime and stuff like that. And Zach, that wasn't Brad Wong. First of all, he comes underneath the name Bossman, but that wasn't his channel. That was just a made up bullshit, like someone just changing their name, because there's morons out there like to do shit like that. Yeah. Okay. And there's not many cameras around in that area. Okay. Now just quickly, Melissa, I'm gonna play a couple minute video there because Belinda had done a CTV interview the other day. I haven't done a live since she's done that. Belinda again has done quite a few interviews with CBC, Globe and Mail, and this one was on CTV for the first time, like meaning first time that she did one for CTV. But it's always very heartbreaking when you listen to Belinda talking. You can just feel like the heartache and pain amongst other people that don't necessarily come to the forefront and stuff like that. But again, I feel very much sadness for the shit that's going on for Jack and Lily, and that family members have to watch this circus unfold due to be honest with you, I'm just going to say it, call a spade a spade. This circus is absolutely due to Malaya and to Daniel. All right. They have absolutely made this case and a nightmare you guys, it's just going to get crazier. Don't get me wrong. It's just going to get crazier. Okay. They're not hiding underneath a mushroom cup in the woods. Okay. And so obviously you don't believe they're hiding underneath a mushroom cup or a tree in the woods. You just unmute yourself right there, Missy.
Me, no. I don't think, I don't feel that they're in the woods at all.
Do you feel like they walked off the property?
I think they're either in a structure or underwater.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Okay. So share screen. I'll play this one first. Where is it? Right here. Okay. Again, this is the grandmother, paternal grandmother. There's three grandmothers in a sense altogether, really. I guess you can say that. Well, you got, Clutch and Pearls always says Junkyard Janie. But you got Janie, who's claiming to be the prodigal step grandmother, I suppose, eh? And then you got Belinda, of course, and then you got Cindy Brooks Murray. And then if you ever hear the name Patty, Patty is the grandmother to Malaya, which would be Cindy's mother. And then Joseph Brooks, I think whatever is his last name Brooks? Yeah. That would be Malaya's father. Let's see here. Who else we got? We got just trying to think of those ones. We got, of course, Haley is the stepsister of Malaya. Hayden is Haley's biological brother. And so, yeah, you got a lot of people. And again, I'm just going to say thank you guys for being voices, the ones that are speaking out for Jack and Lily, the ones that just simply want the truth of it all. Just the truth. They deserve it. What a nightmare. Like, just whatever.
So
Nightmare.
Jack is, well, he's going to be 5 years old this month.
Belinda Gray can barely speak through the tears, describing the children she hasn't seen in years.
The last time they were here, they were still basically babies. Lily was 4. She was such a carbon copy of me. She copied everything I did. And Jack was more sober. He was just crawling around the floor, learning to walk.
It's been 2 years since Gray last held Jack and Lily Sullivan, and months since anyone has seen them at all.
Your grandchildren are what you leave this world. They're a part of you.
When Lily and Jack went missing, Gray says she joined the search herself.
We started working our way up through the woods along a brook. And then we crossed over the brook. And we started coming back down through the woods.
For Gray, hope quickly turned to suspicion, especially after their mother left the area.
When I found out Malaya left, I knew there was no sense searching anymore. It started making me think, I don't think these babies wandered off.
She hopes police can bring her closer to the truth.
I hold them all accountable. I don't know how 2 kids can go missing.
RCMP say they combed through every possible lead, but Gray feels police could have acted faster.
I don't care what the criteria is for an Amber Alert. When you have vulnerable children missing, it should be an automatic alert.
Every day, Gray checks her phone, hoping for a message, a post, a headline. anything saying they've been found.
To see if there's any new family members coming out speaking. And that's off and on all day. That goes on right until I go to bed.
Along the 40-kilometer stretch in Lansdowne Station where 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan lived, cadaver dogs searched the woods and trails just a few weeks ago. RCMP say they came up empty-handed, but families say they're still holding out hope the children will be found soon. Hafsa Arif, CTV News.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, so there's that right there. Yeah, Zach said he hadn't seen it before. Yeah, it just came out, Zach, and it's on CTV there. And Daleen, absolutely right. If the reality is, if Brad Wong or Justin Sundance Smith children went missing, we'd be searching just as hard. I'm personally impressed with their brave decision to make police statements. Well, hold on. Brad didn't make a statement. He said he would speak. Justin made a statement. Correction on that. I just don't want to say that he made a statement when he didn't, obviously, according to the documents. But still, they spoke out. And again, you're absolutely right on that, Dealing. Again, if there was the 2 other children in that same area and that weren't Daniels and Malayas and something like that happened, people would be doing the same thing. You know, the beautiful thing about people is when there's stuff like this that happens, it's amazing how many beautiful people come together and stuff like that. Absolutely. The scratch under his eye was noticed in the chat groups. It's a scar, the scar that disappeared within days. That scar was there for a couple years in pictures. Remember that? So, I mean, if you went back to 2021 pictures and stuff, you would see that exact same scar. Maybe it was just heightened, you know, because sometimes scars do that. They turn red, stuff like that. But that scar was there. So just don't want to put out stuff that if it was already on his face, which it was, then I don't want to add to that as being something that Jack or Lily did to scratch his face or Malaya did and stuff like that. Just want to keep that stuff accurate. So that was one of the things that was talked in chat groups, but anyone can go look at some of Daniel's old pictures and see clearly that scar was already there. But okay. Now I'm going to bring up this. Stop screen, share screen. So I want to go over, let's see, right here. Okay. So for all you people that can't see this, I'll make it bigger. So, Melissa, I'm going to go over. So basically in chat, and I've seen this person for quite a few months, you know, in this chat. I mean, it's a crime and shame channel, is probably the most known channel in Canada for covering this case, I would say. And then you have, you know, Justin over there now, from the United States that covers the case. And then you have Michelle After Dark from the United Kingdom that covers the case. And Charmaine has brought up her channel now, you know, and is covering the case of Jack and Lily on her channel. But guess what? Charmaine never left this channel. Charmaine's does both channels. She does her own, and she'll still be always on this channel. So again, just, you know, just so people don't think that, oh, Charmaine's just left Sunny and did it. Nah, not happening. Charmaine, same thing happened with you, right, Melissa? Same thing, right? You were doing lives with me, and then next thing you know, and then you brought up your channel and started working on it, you know, and then you got sick. I know that, but meaning at some point, right? It's kind of like you do a lot of work and stuff, and why not be a voice on your own channels as well? And then just like I would come on your channel or I'd go on Charmaine's channel and stuff like that, right? I mean, the whole point is it's not about egos and stuff like that. It's just about, you know, everyone has their own paths of what they want to do. And yet we remain good friends and everything like that, all because of coming across each other during the true crime space. And I really appreciate your friendship, really appreciate Charmaine's friendship, Kent's friendship, Alexa's friendship. You know, there's a lot of people like mods and stuff like that. There's a lot of great people, right? Sharon Parker and stuff like that, and Ben and all that along the way. And people become family of these channels and stuff like that. And anyways, so I just want to say I appreciate all the good people out there. Okay. The shit ones, I don't appreciate you. Go away. But the good people, I appreciate you. So Boss Man has been coming in this channel for a few months, and a few months ago, there was a comment, and I could tell, and that was at the point that, okay, so DT is correct about talking about Brad Wong first. But before that, just right about the same time, Kent had already told me. He gave me the wrong name, but it was part of the family. And so bottom line is there was a live where I was showing on the Google Earth map, basically where Brad Wong lived in comparison to Daniel, and he made the comment about something about splattering somebody's, over the internet and stuff like that. And so he made some comments, and I mean, he's not wrong. News and true crime are two different balls of wax. Now, I do try to do everything with as much as integrity as I can. Do I fuck up sometimes and stuff like that? Absolutely. Because sometimes we forget to stop and think about always that these are people's real lives and stuff like that. And, but dude, you're already doxxed prior. So what do you mean? Where's your shout out? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh,
Smiley face emoji.
Miss Dog Lover, did you miss it when you did that first super chat? Your shout out, is that what you're referring to? Because I did say it. Go back and rewind. But do you want me to shout you out again? Love you, Miss Dog Lover.
I'm pretty sure that in that you mentioned her.
I did. Yeah. Okay, so I just wanted to show you guys some of his comments, and this is why I believe that Boss Man is in fact Brad Wong, because he uses the word they, and then he'll refer to himself, right? So I just feel like sometimes when people are typing, because they have to think about what they're going to say. And he tries to use the word they, is what I feel, but then he makes things known that it's kind of him, right? Just by in chat there, how many of you guys believe that Boss Man is Brad Wong? Just by hitting 1 if you do, 2 if you don't. And so one of the things that he said, and this is from the live just the other night. These aren't from the other lives where he's been in and said stuff. I'm just taking about the stuff that he said. Okay, Boss Man, I agree, Sonny. I tried to be polite, but I can't with Daniel. Him blaming other people, including me, the neighbor, for his kids. Well, fuck him. Now, Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show has a problem with him saying the word I can't with Daniel. He thinks that is a female expression. Do you think that that's a female expression more so than a male, or do you think it's just either could use that? Just to ask.
I've heard men say I can't with somebody.
Yeah. But I get what he's saying about that, because usually it's women are like, I can't, right? But men do the same thing with, but I would say that more females would say it versus male, but I don't think it's limited, definitely just to more of a female expression. Having something to drink here.
I mean, I've heard both men and women say it.
Well, the thing is that his wife
I can't
was in the thing at the same time, right? So anyways, I personally,
I kind of agree with Lindsay there.
What'd Lindsay say?
She said,
yeah.
Hold on, I gotta find it again.
Either
he's holding back from saying something worse. Yeah, I mean.
Well, okay. And so then the other thing he said was there was, and that was supposed to be no, there was next to, well, he said none traffic that night other than D leaving. Okay. I really don't feel like this is just somebody that made up this shit come into our chat, because I've seen Boss Man for months. And he's made a lot of statements about Daniel's car and different things, right? I think it's just his way of kind of, because I know he's in a Facebook group. I knew that a few months ago, right? When I looked at his Facebook profile and I could see that he was following Jack and Lily in one of the Facebook groups or whatever. So, of course, when somebody lives in that area and they're dealing with this story and they want answers, of course, you're typically going to follow the case, right? So then he makes another comment that says the goal is to figure out what happened to these children, not what the fuck is wrong with the neighbor, what the neighbor has done in the past, right? And I agree with that. And it's for the fact that honestly, I'm looking at it from the Jack and Lily angle, and I'm not looking at it like somehow Boss Man with a couple kids himself decides, you know what, I'm just going to call in a tip just so I can misdirect it from me. And when he could have said nothing, okay? Brad could have literally said nothing, kept it to himself, said, I don't give a shit. But guess what, Brad, you gave a shit, okay? You gave a shit because I believe that this is you. I'm 99.99999% sure this is you. And he said, oh, I got it in there twice. I got to get rid of one here. Hold on a second. I don't know why I got it in here twice. Boom. Okay. I think I goofed up on that. But anyways, okay. Going back to that. Okay. Hey, hold on a sec. I got to get that thing off. There we go. Okay. The heck is this shit? Get out of my way. Okay. So he says, because Mom Angie, if anyone says anything, so he's replying to somebody, apparently they get splattered all over the fucking internet where they live and how many kids they have. There's not denying that. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. The internet has no boundaries in a sense, right? There's the good with the bad, but at the end of the day, coming forward is a good thing. Unfortunately, people that don't know anything about the true crime, it's a mind fuck to people that have no clue. They soon get used to it all after being in it for months and going, like, so for me personally, it's just like, it's how it goes in all fairness. Like there's no stopping it, right? The minute you've inserted yourself is the minute you'll be under fire. That's just the reality of it, regardless if you like it or not. It's just the reality of it. And you could be literally the most perfect person, perfect neighbor, and it still wouldn't matter. You would get everything thrown at you as well. Okay. So then the wife. Okay. So this would be the wife. And I've seen the wife in DT's channel and same with Bossman, whatever. He's a wonderful. So she had said after one of the comments, he's a wonderful husband to me and the kids are his world. He knows he fucked up years ago and he worked hard to change his life around. Okay. Exactly what I heard as well. Is same thing, right? So this would be Mary. All right. And so while Boss Man's in chat and they're talking about, right, his past and whatever, this is exactly what Mary says, right? So again, all I'm looking for is for answers for Jack and Lily. I'm not here to try to see how many children Brad has and all that stuff. Just want the facts as they know it for the case for Jack and Lily, right? So some people are like, oh, well, he has a criminal past and this and that. Why are you not going to look into him and that? Because I don't waste my time on shit that doesn't matter to me. So his past it would matter to me if I felt like that was even a plausibility at all, but I don't see someone that is kind of like Hard Knocks, like he's kind of like a Rocky Balboa type of personality, right? Like, I don't give a fuck what you think, but then he does, because obviously he's making these statements of, everyone kind of cares to a point, right? But most of my, like even myself, I mostly don't give a fuck, but there's some things I give a fuck about. But it's kind of like, like I said, his past didn't matter to me because to me, all I'm seeing after looking at everything, I'm not seeing somebody that's going to come forward to give information, to point fingers at himself and look totally fucking stupid by doing this. It doesn't make sense. And I'm not going to try to make sense out of things that don't make sense because here, the person that's before us, which is Daniel Martell, ask yourself why he's the one that's always trying to manipulate bullshit, BS us, and tell different stories. Okay. I don't think Brad Wong or Justin has anything to do with that part of it. And so, yeah, it doesn't make sense. So if it doesn't make sense, I toss it out of the way. The hidden theory, I toss it out of the way. Why? Looked at it enough. Doesn't make sense. Absolutely has no bearing, I don't feel, at all on Jack and Lily. I think that that's just a narrative that's being pushed at us, and it's coming from somebody that's a bullshitter. So I'm not even going to take that with a grain of salt anymore, unless that's a hope and a Hail Mary. Other than that, no. Because Mr. Wong wants... and this is where he's putting it back on himself, right? Like, or taking it away because Mr. Wong wants to be left out of it. The theories on this thing is fucking insane. Well, I'm going to disagree on that, Brad, because I don't think that the theories are insane. I think that there's a few. I guess it depends if you're staying in those Facebook groups and paying attention to some of that ridiculous shit out there. But other than that, I think that, 1 second here. Oh, hey, boss man. Here's what we're talking about. Okay. Now, hey, boss man, just if you could do me a favor, seeing as you're here. Now, this is boss man. You said hello on Charmaine's channel yesterday. And boss man, quick question for you, if you don't mind. Okay. I believe this is absolutely you, right? Right. It's kind of like contradictory statements. Bottom line is, I actually don't need anything because I already believe that this is you who it is now. But if you did want to do a favor, so apparently there was something you did last night in which the neighbors around you would know. Might you know what that is? I actually don't know what it is. So is there something that went on last night in you guys' neighborhood that in order to say that this is you, that this would actually be Brad Wong? Because I believe it already. But I'm just wondering if you are willing to say, just to cut the BS of, people trying to say that you're a liar, that's not you, and it's fake and all that stuff. That would be, boss man would be Brad. I mean, obviously the wife was in too, right? But anyways, boss man can answer that. We're just going to, so if you happen to say it, boss man, Brad, that something went on, I guess, in the neighborhood last night. I don't know who it came from, if it came from Daniel or something. All I know is, I'm just one of those ones like, yeah, you know what? It's me. Simple as that. And again, there's a lot of people that truly believe in you and Justin. And I'm one of them. What about you, Melissa? Like, why would Brad come forward to to even think that he was involved in the children's disappearance, or it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for two people. What makes sense is Daniel bullshitting us and trying to get us to say, you know what? He's just trying to take the heat off himself. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that person that steals, So everything is always a deflection from Daniel. But what do you think?
So I believe that this very well possibly could be a neighbor. I don't know for sure. I think it sounds like it is. But here's what I have to say about it. And boss man, if you're listening, here's my 2 cents. Unless you have a history of hurting a child, we all know what I mean by that. Yeah. Then I don't think it matters 2 shits what you did in your past. You could be a cartel member for all I care. Wait. As in your past, as long as you've never harmed a child. I don't care about your past, because your past doesn't matter. We all have a past. I have a past.
1 second. Okay. So, Linda, it's people like you that, were born with 0 brain cells in yourself. So I'm just going to entertain your stupid comment with the stupid that I'm writing a book. Never would I write off the fact, never actually would I write a book. Because why? I don't fucking like language and I don't fucking like reading and shit like that. So go fuck yourself, right? And I just want them on my show. No. There's people that come, there's people that talk to me all day long in this case. What are you doing, Linda, besides being a useless tit of this case? Just please tell me what exactly it is that you're doing for Lily and Jack besides coming in here and trying to tear down people. So have a cup of go. Fuck yourself, that I don't give a fucking care about you and you're a waste of my space and my breath. I don't even know why I'm even entertaining your comment, just to tell you that you're stupid. All right? Like, seriously, go back in your mom's birth canal and come out a smarter person. That's all I can say. Now, anyhow, let me just block your ass, useless tit. Don't have time for these idiots. Go fuck, seriously. Don't have time for these fucking idiots. All right, go on. Sorry, Melissa. It's just that ones like that. Okay, I ain't writing no damn book. First of all, wouldn't even think to. I'm not sitting here going, oh yeah, let me just write off. No, everything I do is genuine and for the right reasons. Now, not everybody might like what I do and stuff like that. I don't care. I'm just going to be me. I'm always going to be this way, just myself. If you either like it, you like it. If you don't, have a good day. Go watch somebody else. That's all I can say. I fight for the missing and the murdered. I'm not here to sit there and have people always try to tear me down. I want people that build you up the channel, the ones that care about the missing and the murdered. Anyways, anyhow, go on.
So the lady that started the whole "you're writing a book" comment needs to lay off the drugs. Honestly, lady, just put the crack pipe down. Let's call it like it is. Now, there is a comment I want to address. Why doesn't Boss Man come on a live and show his face with Sunny, or just have a voice conversation? Wendy, why the hell does he need to? What, to prove to you? Me, Sunny, what, the world? What does it matter? He did not do this. He has nothing to do with this case except for him being a neighbor, if it's him, and saying this is what happened, right? Like, it doesn't matter who he is. Who he is doesn't mean 2 shits when it comes to Jack and Lily, right? Because all he did is say, look, I heard vehicles that night. That's it.
Honestly, this is
I don't need to see his face to know that.
And I agree. Like, meaning there's people that don't, it doesn't matter. They come on lives, okay? I'm not here to try to suck ass and get Boss Man on a live. What I'm here is just simply not so much Boss Man, but Justin. Justin is the one that we're confused about, okay? Now, if Boss Man just simply wants to say, yes, I am Brad Wong, this is what I did last night. That way, it's for sure me. I don't really need that myself. But if he wants to appease to other people and say that, for the sake of it, go right ahead, Boss Man. Like I said, be a voice for Jack and Lily. Thank you for what you and Justin have done by coming forward. And this isn't one of these things where it's like, meaning I believe them. That's the bottom line. But the only thing with Justin more so is that I just want to know where he was so I can pinpoint it on the map to make sense of Justin saying that he heard, right? Because that stuff does matter, because that's all about finding the truth for Jack and Lily. So yeah. So if you have said something and now your name's out there, just own it, right? Just own it. Say exactly where you were. That way on the map, you can go, okay, we know that Brad was here, heard the vehicle. We know Justin was here. That makes sense. My thing is, honestly, out of all this, I want to shut Daniel the fuck down because I'm so sick of his lying ass that I want to prove, as best as I can, prove that there's barely any cameras at all. And we're going to get into that. In that area, right? And to sit there and show you guys that for people that are disbelievers, right? In say Brad and Justin, you guys are just trying to make up bullshit and stuff like that. Well, again, 2 people and a liar is going to try to sit there and discredit them, named Daniel Martell, No, fuck Daniel Martell. We want truth for Jack and Lily. If Brad and Justin come forward because they have kids themselves, they care about the case, they're missing children and stuff like that, then all I gotta say is thank you. Because I can't see that you guys are just making this shit up. It doesn't make sense. Common sense says that, right? Is that they did hear something, right? That they're not just sitting there going, you know what, let me mastermind this at home of how we can, you know what, suddenly blame, you know what, Brad, I think you're the one that put the piece of blanket in the tree, didn't you? Might as well just admit to it now. Like, seriously, right? That's like Daniel talking about Haley putting that blanket in the tree all day, right? It's misdirection. It's bullshit. And so if we can show kind of like we're just put it on the map, own it. That's all. Don't need them on a live. Just, hey, talk to me in Messenger, Justin or Brad. Just tell me exactly where you were. Well, I'm talking for Brad, for Justin on this one, if Justin doesn't want to say. Because just stick it on the map for Jack and Lily. You know, shut down Daniel's bullshit, because that's exactly what I think it is. And I'm not saying this lightly, but the whole point is that two people are saying that, okay, first of all, something happened to Jack and Lily, okay? They didn't get on a carpet ride. They didn't fly off in a UFO, right? Something happened to Jack and Lily. If people are telling the truth, then why is there so much bullshit? Why is Malaya's actions that? Why is Daniel's actions this? Okay. So then you have two men that are sitting there saying that one is saying that I heard a vehicle, right, Brad, 3 to 4 times. Justin is saying at 1:30, I heard it once. He's not saying multiple. He's just saying once, that he heard it going, you know, down the road over the railroad tracks, kind of like thing, come back around up towards Laird, right? Exactly. Now you got to think about your area, right? Like, and think about when you drive and you go over two tracks, like the. So imagine being in a quiet space in that area. Chances are you're going to hear that noise pretty good from a good distance, even. Maybe not like I can't say what distance, but a good distance, right? So all I am is about, right? So I believe Brad, I believe Justin, and I believe that the blanket was planted there myself by Daniel. I believe that it was planted by Daniel to misdirect the bullshit. And for all we know, by Daniel with Malaya knowing. That's all I know. And I'm just saying that if two people are coming forward and talking about this, and there's barely any cameras there, and there's a freaking blanket in a tree, kind of think I believe them a lot, to be honest. So that's my thing, is that just, right? Just say where you were on the map there when you heard the vehicle. Okay. Right? There we go. Another piece of the puzzle. Did you want to say something, Melissa?
So my dad lives in the country. I grew up in the country. I live somewhat in the country. So at night, when it's quiet and it's dark out there, much like it is in this area where the kids are from, I can hear the traffic on the highway. The highway is 1.5 miles from my dad's front door, but I can sit on the front porch and hear the big trucks go by. I can hear when the neighbor pulls their truck in, because it's very loud and it's very distinctive. You get that. You know, like you said, if you live next to somebody long enough, you get those noises, you hear them, you understand them, you know who it is. But I'm like you. I wouldn't mind knowing exactly on the map where everybody was, just because they're witnesses. But that's the only reason, not because I don't believe them. Just so that I can place, okay, this witness was here and this witness was here and the home's here. And geographically get it right. But like I said before,
Yes.
I don't care who Brad is or what his past is, and neither should anybody else, unless he has a history of harming children.
Right.
Because it takes a lot to be able to come forward and say, this is what I heard. And it's not his fault that it took police so long to come get information from him. He had no control over that.
Well, he actually, yeah, I think on the 9th is what they said. So, as I recall it, it was one of those things, didn't think much about it. And then all of a sudden, it's like there's 2 children missing. And again, who knows? Don't know exactly. But bottom line is that, again, typically when you have children yourself and you live in a small community like that, and you know that you have a past, do you really think that you're going to call the RCMP? Or are you just going to say, fuck it, I don't need to be involved in this? But he did put himself there. And I'm grateful for that, because I still think that, well, no, I mean, bottom line is I'm grateful for the fact for people that just want to put out the truth, right? Because like the cameras, you can bet your bottom dollars that there's no freaking cameras on that side. Okay. Cameras that were working aren't working, um, for at least one. So it just becomes about, we're gonna go down there, right? We're gonna go down there. And Boss Man says thank you. No, again, thank you, for speaking up and speaking out. I know that the true crime world space is a freaking, almost feels like a war zone basically in here and stuff like that. My purpose is
Hey,
never to
Sonny,
try to.
everybody in chat is saying Boss Man asked you what time last night.
Oh, okay. Think it was, let me, hold on. What time last night? 1 second. 12:33. 12:33. Okay. 12. Okay, 1 second. I guess I probably should have asked that. Well, the comment that was made, Brad, was something like the whole neighborhood would know. So there was there an event or something? Were you doing donuts at night at a certain time with your vehicle or something? I don't know. I actually don't know. Probably maybe should have asked a few more questions. It was just one of those things, is again, for all those naysayers out there that just, well, honestly, I'm just going to be honest. Okay. DT had, because he doesn't believe that it's you. And I said that, well, because me and him have a total difference of opinion on this case. Right. But I also do figure that if you wanted to, that, and, and because we know it's you anyway, that, then then for him and others, that they would maybe lay off or, understand that it is you, because he doesn't believe this is you at all. And he has others thinking that probably too. But, so it's not so much for me because I already feel like I know it's you, but there are people out there. But I'm just all about setting the record straight. So if there's something that you can just clarify about yesterday that I guess the neighbors would know, then that would just maybe shut them up a tad bit, I guess. Okay. So like my thing is this, right? Everybody knows your name and Justin's name, and that's really the talk of everything right now. And again, it's kind of one of those things. It's like, some people need certain information to deem it as credible. I know that you probably have a don't give a fuck type of thing. I know what I heard, know this and stuff. I know who I am, but it's just one of those things, the reason why you're even involved in this is in the first place, is because you decided to be a voice for Lily and Jack, and same with Justin, right? And Justin again was on the scanner radio when he wasn't on the scanner radio, but from day one, and these people were out there, searching and stuff like that. But anyways, is there something that you did that the neighborhood would know about? So if somebody sees it, just big red stop signs, okay? For that. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just gonna make this bigger again. Well, that's just it, right? I mean, Brad is not the one, and Justin are not the ones with 2 children that are missing. Right? They're not the ones with 2 children missing. They're not the ones that are sitting there trying to, BS us to believe that, oh, yeah, 2 people here are just trying to blame Daniel for this crap or whatever. It's Daniel, the one that is changing his stories, never ending and adding. It's ridiculous. So if I can shut him down, right? Place Justin where he was that day, Brad wants to, boss man wants to say that, yes, I am Brad. This is what I was doing last night or whatever. So be it. If he doesn't want to, so be it. Right? I'm not it's just because it's not for me to believe. I already believe in these 2 people. Oh, stop. What's the stop sign for? Charmaine, what does she want me to stop for? What she want? What's it? Charmaine, are you just testing out the stop sign? Kent, what about the videos? What videos? What about the videos that are showing up from the ring camera showing vehicles traveling on 289? You mean the one that DT showed? Is that the one you're talking about, Kent? One second. Is that the one you're talking about, Kent? Because if you are, a wrong area. I already talked to DT because I know that I can tell you that those, because I went to, first of all, every driveway last night in the area that we're looking at. Okay. The only area that we are looking at is, well, you know what? Let me finish off with these and then we're going to go to that map. Okay. So if you're talking about the pictures from that, nothing to do. Kent, Mary stated they have cameras. Right. Okay. Did she say that, Marie? That Brad has cameras? And Mary? Right. So those are probably the cameras that we heard about from on the scanner radio when they said that there was a camera down near the search and rescue, which is exactly right around there. Okay. So the bottom line is, my point is this. If there's no cameras to be seen from that area that Brad and Justin heard the vehicle, of course, the RCMP can't substantiate it because there's no flipping cameras, right? So according to DT, that fucking idiot, the blanket was my fault. Really? And by the way, firewood would be the noise, I assume was said. Oh, okay. Not sure what that means. All I know is he said he would send me a screenshot of it afterwards and that he would know it was you. So, according, was my really about the blanket even? No. And by the way, firewood would be the noise I would assume was said. Okay.
I don't think any of the neighbors had anything to do with that blanket. Not one little bit.
Absolutely not.
At all.
No, absolutely not. See, again, I'm just here to try to put out the truth as much as we know it. So, boss man, I do it. What does it matter about these? You know what? Someone just showed the tire marks. I think that were coming off of your road. Someone had sent them to me as well. Honestly, who cares? People peel out all the time. When you live in a rural area like that, and there,
Okay.
there's no cops around, you're going to be peeling wheelies and donuts and doing shit, that you don't give two shits about. So that was just an image, and I didn't care nothing about it myself. Meaning, it meant, thank you for the person that sent it, but it literally meant nothing to me. They were just like, what? Someone's leaving their area and they're screeching as they're leaving. That's very common, especially when you live in a rural area like that. So anyways, bottom
I
line,
have a
boss man.
question for Boss Man.
Thank you. Okay. And it's Melissa. She's on the panel with me. American Justice. Mm-hmm.
So, Boss Man, have you ever been to the cabin that is in the woods? And if you have, can you confirm whether or not it has cameras all around it?
What did you pose to him again? Sorry.
So there is one of the cabins in the woods that has, or well, I'm giving the answer now, but that has cameras on it and that are all the way around it.
All the way around what?
One of the cabins in the woods. It's a cabin that people come to every once in a while. They don't live there.
You're talking about
And
the
there
one
are
that's
cameras
beside.
up on that cabin.
You're talking about the ones that are right beside the Martell Daniel Martell's place. You're talking about the place with the two homes on it.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Now, are they working? Don't know. Could they see? They wouldn't
Don't
be able
know.
to see Daniel's car though. Like, meaning we're not, like, for us.
No.
Right. So we're not looking for if there was vehicles going other directions. The area that I'm specifically honing in on is the one that Justin and Brad said that they heard Daniel's car and where the blanket is and the boot prints, right, up on the thing. So it's one of those things, right? So the police said that they don't have anything to say that there was, right? Meaning besides Justin's and Brad's words, there's nothing to substantiate that. Well, that's because my goal is, again, to show that there's no cameras that could have caught it in that distance because there's no cameras that are working, or they're like, for instance, let's see, I can hear anything on the road from my yard. Also can see anything that is driving on the road, right? You know what's very deceiving, I'll say, Brad? I'll call you boss man. You know what's very deceiving is the elevation. Like, because what's strange to me is when you're looking at it from Google Maps is that you watch the Lansdowne Station Road, you watch it go down, right? So I'm like, and then when you hold your thing over to the Google Maps, it shows like Daniels is a higher elevation. So although I know the article said it was elevated, visually, unless you literally live there and see it for yourself, it is very deceptive, absolutely, to this. And so people, they can't comprehend it. Hey, Brad, just by the way, if you ever want to send me a screenshot on Messenger from your backyards to show that you can see Daniel's house, chef's kiss on that one. Just saying, shut people down again. Don't have to, but if you want to, right? Just be like, see, this is what I can see. Doesn't mean it has to be at nighttime, but just to see what you can see if you want to. Everyone, we all know where you live anyway. So, yeah. But anyways, if you want to. Oh, chainsaw. Did you have a chainsaw till 3 a.m.? Halloween? Hold on 1 second, or I'll say, or chainsaw. Were you getting ready for Halloween there, Brad? Just saying. Anyways, whatever you answer, all I know is this channel is appreciative. I know that people in chat are appreciative. And if you're not appreciative and you're just here for the wrong reasons and stuff like that, and you can have your opinions. Don't get me wrong. People can have their opinions, but please be respectful to each other and stuff like that. Everyone's entitled to have their opinions. It's just a matter of, again, we're adults, and we can keep it classy and just talk about things. And, okay, I want to get back into this. So if Brad does want to answer any more questions for you guys, Brad, again, thank you so much. Again, why do I keep saying again? I keep saying again. It's because the tired Sunny is here. I'm not tired, but I am tired. That's what I get for staying up from 1 a.m. till like 11 or whatever it was this morning. My bad. Okay, so let's get through these, and then I want to take you down to Google Earth. And because there's a better site. And you know what's funny? Because I saw it the other day, and I saw Justin from Clutch Some Pearls using it, and I was like, man, this is better than freaking the Google Earth stuff on there. I told DT, tell his friend Daniel to listen up. What does that mean? I told DT, tell his friend Daniel to listen up. What does that mean? Melissa, what does that mean? I'm trying to uncrypt it.
I don't know, but that could be taken a couple different ways.
I
where I'm
know.
from.
I want to clear that one up. Boss man, please report to the naughty corner on that one. Please explain. Because I'm like, I tell DT's friend Daniel to listen up. Well, I mean,
If I tell somebody to listen up, I'm about to let loose.
Right. Well, you know what? Again, when you're sitting there, trying to sit there and bullshit and take away from the neighbor and stuff like that and portray like he's just out there to take the heat off themselves and, and a thief and this. Okay, dude, that's coming from, say, Daniel, the prodigal son, of Janie. Prodigal. See, these are big words for me. Janie, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree with you and your son Daniel, does it? It does not. 2 peas in a pod. 2 peas in a pod. Yeah. Oh, the chainsaw. Sonny, Daniel, to listen up. Thanks for adding my 2 + 2 there. Okay, now I do need to shut up so I can come back with this. Is there any other wise questions that we should be asking Brad since he's in here and willing to say a few things? If you think of anything, in chat, or if you see anything, let me know.
I mean, like I said before, I don't, for this person, neighbor is what I'm going to call him, coming forward and telling what he knows. I mean, like you've said, and, I've thought it, and I know other people have said it too. If you've got a past with the cops and there's 2 missing kids, unless you're telling the truth, you're not going to go talk to them cops because they probably don't like you. Mm-hmm. So, unless this person has a history that has something to do with the case, and there's 2 of them now saying the same thing, right? I'm going to lend credence that they're telling me the truth, right?
Right.
Because they cooperate each other. Mm-hmm. Plain and simple.
Exactly.
Anything other than that has no bearing on 2 missing beautiful babies.
Right. The only thing that, like I said, the only thing really that they could add to that, like kind of like when I just said to Boss Man, like, hey, if you want to send me a picture from your backyard, just to shut the noise down, like, meaning I'm all about shutting noise down, but always trying to talk about the facts, right? We're here for answers for Jack and Lily. So tired of this bullshit. There we go. There. Okay. With the chainsaw.
And I'll even go one step further. You don't even have to put it out there. It could be simply for you, not for you to release publicly.
Tell the neighbors
if he wanted to. But again, the general public needs to back off of this man because he did nothing wrong except for come forward and say what he heard or saw that night, that 2 beautiful babies have gone missing.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of imperfect people in this world, that has done something that not necessarily they're proud of. Bottom line is here, like I said, I'm not here to try to talk about Bossman or Brad's uh, history and past. I'm simply here because Justin and Brad, are part of information for the Jack and Lily case, and I'm not here to honestly dissect it. Now, when I heard of him, did I look him up? I'll admit, right? I simply looked him up. I found the story, about the charges and whatever, and honestly, that's the last I even cared about it. I never, because if I don't think that something, like if I don't see any value in it because it doesn't make sense to what happened to Jack and Lily, I don't waste my time. So I looked it up the one day and that's where I left it. Simple as that. Right now, was that information coming out that all of a sudden there's this other person named Justin Sundance Smith that kind of comes out and says and corroborates this? Because I kept wondering, I was trying to picture, okay, is this true, about the thing, but why would a neighbor say that? But, you're not like, there's nothing to back it up per se, besides just another piece of something you're hearing. So I am very glad that this part of like all these unredactions are coming out, because it's just another, to me, a step closer to both the truth and for Jack and Lily. Like Jack and Lily, they're children. They're beautiful children. I have one son, and when he was born, he was my gold bar. Now he's 28 years old now, but doesn't matter. Children, when I look at them, they're just innocent. It's up to us to take care of them. It's up to us to give them, the proper upbringing, the morals, the guidance, and all. That's our job to do stuff like that. These children are just innocent. They're prodigies of their environment, basically, right? They learn what they see and stuff like that. So when I think of, when I'm talking about the missing and the murdered and children, it hurts my heart to no end, like no end. Being a deep empath, to think of the family members that are truly searching for answers, and whether it's the children that Jack and Lily went to school with, the teachers, people are just looking for the truth. That's all I want, the truth, right? So when bullshit comes my way, oh, hi, Daphne. Oh, Daphne, I desert you in a second for cheesecake. But anyways, Brad, thank you for saying that. And so I'm sure that if that's the answer that DT wanted to hear, then hopefully well, I shouldn't say hopefully, obviously, right? I'm sure you don't care one way or another, but personally, it's just one of those things. I just like to shut down bullshit. And so if we can, then I'm all about that, because again, it's just about the truth. Now, since you're saying that, you tell Justin to tell us. If you talk to Justin, you tell him to let us know on that map where he was, unless you're willing to say, but you probably don't want to say, because, it's up to Justin to do that. But anyways, right, just to stick it on the map that this is where he was, right? Just kind of like, right, most people didn't realize that you were elevated. So they're like, there's no way. There's no way. But I believe you. I believe you. Anyways, so, well, this live is taken a little bit turn than I was aiming for, but I'm glad for it. I'm glad that Brad's in here and speaking up, and again, thank you, being a voice for Jack and Lily. Justin, thank you. Family members, thank you, that are being voices for Jack and Lily. And everyone that's following this case, make sure you hit that thumbs up and share, and give Jack and Lily the voices that they deserve and the answers. That's all I'm not asking for us to solve the case, but honestly, and Brad, you might not know this, and is that true crimers really do help cases in so many ways. First of all, there's tons of cases because of true crimers that have been solved, because we can spread information so fast, as you are well aware. Might not always be good information, but information can get spread. We can keep awareness. Where the news people sometimes stop, we keep it going and stuff like that. So there is a lot of good things about the true crime community and stuff like that. But it's just like I said, I'm one of those ones that I'm feisty, deep and caring, but I always just look for the truth of the matter. And I like timelines. Timelines are very telling. And to me, this whole timeline that you're trying to understand from the Malaya and Daniel, absolutely, to me, crock of crap. Just a crock of crap is what I see. Um, Now, I'm not really sure what he meant by saying, well, I can tell you, Mr. Mom won't ever do it again. I'm not sure if you meant to say, well, I can tell you Mr. Wong won't ever do it again. Or I'm not sure what that one meant. Now, and then he says, if you all want to know why it was so many days after, because that is how long it took the cops. Oh, okay. That's how long it took the cops to come talk to me, even though they are parked, even though they were parked right in front of the house. Okay. And number 2. Okay. So boss man, okay, at this point we were right. Okay, now that Brad has said he's boss man. Right, good, great. Exactly. He wanted to remain anonymous because of the bullshit that comes with it when it comes to the Martells and Mackenzies. They are fucking poison. I'm not gonna disagree with you on that one. Oh, and then somebody, I don't know if it was StreamYard that did this, but or a mod, but please don't ever hide any of Boss Man's comments. I don't it said hidden in Charmaine because we were going through the live from the other day and just looking for the comments here. And he said, yes, the neighbors are in chat. And yes, fuck Daniel's channel. Is that you talk about Daniel? Okay. See, I'm getting confused. I'm thinking Pokemon channel, but that's Daniel Martell's channel. But you're talking about DT's channel. He's a lying piece of shit on that. I didn't see the heart that came after that personally. But anyways, then he said, thank you, Sonny. And this is where I really caught this one. Well, I caught most of them, but he said, thank you, Sonny, for believing me. And for me, that kind of just made my heart go warm because it's kind of like for all the people that are trying to talk about his past and whatever, I don't need all that stuff. I read between the lines. Do I feel like this person's being honest and truthful? And what would their intentions be to falsely report about hearing a vehicle? So it did warm my heart when I seen Boss Man say, thank you for believing me, Sonny. There's a lot of people that do. Just know that, okay? And again, big prayers for Declan. Now, this is Daniel Martell. So he said, Daniel Martell, he said a lot of shit, you guys. But Daniel Martell, investigators told me it's planted. He's referring to the blanket in that statement. And he said that the dogs were in because of public outcry. Okay. I can't even believe that those words kind of come out of his mouth. But okay. That just shows you, obviously how brilliant he is. Total mastermind. I don't even know, honestly, just to make statements like that the dogs were. So we all like to waste the taxpayers' money on just bringing dogs in from where I'm from, which is a Vancouver, west side of Canada area. So we're just going to send in a couple dogs from BC here. And you know what? Let's just waste our time. Nothing to see here, right, Daniel? Because those children are hidden somewhere off in the fairy tale land over there. And he said fence was done on May 2nd. I call bullshit on that one. I don't know why you lie about that one because I can show you a picture. And in fact, I will show you a picture that it was not done. Daniel Martell, me and Em never. Oh, hold on. This one right here. Right here. Me and Em never cheated on each other. We had full access to each other's phones. Daniel, if that's not the pot calling the kettle black, see? Right there, I already know you're lying. I knew you were lying already. Okay? So we all know that. Now, just go ahead. Go ahead, Daniel. Okay, we already know about your relationship with Taylor only a few short weeks after, right? And that crazy bullshit that came out. I'm not into the drama shit and all that crap. So, I talked very little about that, but it definitely gave me a lot more insight into this person that I always already felt was a manipulator, liar, abuser, user, all that stuff, right? This just, again, cherry on the cake. Malaya gets a text on May 3rd that says that Daniel's cheating on her. Daniel, come on now. I don't even know that you know what the truth means at all. Okay? You totally cheated on Malaya. Who the fuck knows if she was cheating on you? You were doing meth. You still can't admit to that. Wait, allegedly, even though Malaya said it a few times. But hey, let's just act like you're innocent. Actually, there's nothing innocent about this. All it is consistent lies. When you have to keep lying, you have to ask yourself, what the fuck happened to Jack and Lily? What tormented place were these poor children living in that black eyes are going on, right? Malaya kind of backtracks on Daniel about how he treats Jack and Lily. All right. Basically, that whole stuff, remember, in the documents, that's just their own words. That doesn't mean that that truly happened. That doesn't mean that they're not lying to you. What I see personally here is Daniel and Malaya, in my opinion, are both liars. They both know what happened to Jack and Lily. It's a cover up, and it's to cover up some weird, fucking sick, twisted shit that was going on in that home. What happened to Jack and Lily, Daniel and Malaya? Okay? Enough with these, like however you guys want to see it. Okay? You know that statement that Malaya wrote? I'm sorry. It didn't bring one damn tear to my eye because I didn't believe in it. I've heard a ton of stuff about Malaya and her actions. You guys have heard a ton of stuff. What Wade has said, right? What Belinda has said, what many people have said, that she's showing no emotions, no sorrow. A lot of them should be in jail, right, Wade? Right? But the more that this case keeps going on, the more sick and twisted things that we're finding out. And it's sad. It's heartbreaking of whatever was going on in that fucking love shack of a piece of shithole. What happened? What was going on with Jack and Lily? What was going on, right? So what do you have to hide, Daniel? Why are you lying so much, right? What happened to Jack and Lily? Malaya, right? Don't hear a peep out of her hardly. She makes no excuses. Well, I guess. Absolutely. I mean, honestly, I think that Daniel is the one out there because he's such a narcissist. He's out there going, dun, da, da, da. I can handle this, Malaya. I got this. You go off and hide, basically. But it was probably something more sick and twisted. Like there's probably some sort of thing where, I don't know, that he got something over her, or that they're both part of it all and they're just covering up, but she left. But he's like, you better shut the fuck up, Malaya, because you're going to go down with me. I don't know. That's kind of, I see a bunch of bullshit there going on. But I see, to me, that something happened in that home. And that's why this timeline sucks. They suck. Their parenting skills majorly suck. And they're the reason why Jack and Lily, why we're sitting here 6 months today, is because of them. Not because of some neighbor down the road, or another neighbor that heard a vehicle, right? This is because Malaya is telling the same story that she was telling from the beginning. So how are you going to get her to say anything? And that's bullshit, right? That's bullshit, that letter. Right? Why was I don't, you know what? I'm not making excuses for this mother at all. I'm not giving her that sympathy card anymore. I don't know why, like I said, these people are doing the exact actions, but what I feel inside, what my opinion is that they're hiding something because they did something. And Jack and Lily deserve the answers. And I'll keep being a voice for Jack and Lily. And I hope all you guys do as well, because that's what you want. And you know what? And when karma comes and bites anyone in the ass for having something to do with Jack and Lily, you know what? Again, see in double hockey sticks, HEL, double hockey sticks on that one. Because honestly, when you fuck with children and you want to play games. Okay, sorry, Melissa, I was going off on a rant there. Go ahead. My bad.
I mean, so far I agree. I mean, it just,
I'm just, when you get to the point of being fed up, that's where I am. Fed up of the bullshit. Go ahead.
I mean, I didn't feel watching Malaya or hearing those words the sense of urgency. And something that stuck out to me, I don't have the document pulled up right now, but Malaya posted on May 3rd, when she called for an Amber Alert for the kids. She said they may have been taken at this point. What do you mean may have?
May
Either
have.
they were or they weren't. Figure out your story. You can't say they may have been taken, because the other option to them not being taken is you or Daniel did something to them.
Absolutely. Hey, quickly, I want to. This is Melissa from American Justice. Hey, boss man, want to ask you something. I know you said something. Okay. You said, like, obviously, right? Daniel's car. Okay. Um, what car? What car were you saying that was before? Because I keep showing. Um, 1 second. What kind of car did Daniel have that he was driving? Was it a Subaru Impreza or something like that? DT is, if he's live right now. Yeah. What's he covering? Is he covering Jack and Lily tonight? Or what's he covering? I don't know. I don't know. Image file. Maybe he's going to go, I believe that boss man is now Brad. Okay. But I mean, at the end of the day, people are going to believe what they wanted to believe. Okay. Just going to find that picture.
But just, something you said earlier, and this is something I told Belinda yesterday, social media has its place in true crime. We are able to get out faster and to a broader audience. And I can honestly say that because if it weren't for people like you, Sonny, I wouldn't know anything about this case because I live in the States. So let's say they were abducted. Let's play the devil's advocate. And somehow they crossed the border. Okay, we wouldn't know anything about it if it weren't for social media. Yes, there are quacks out there. Yes, there are trolls out there. But for the majority, the ones who are getting out the facts, the ones who keep it fact-based, like me doing the document, it's all fact-based. I tell you where you can go look at it for yourself. That is what needs to happen for maybe things to turn, right? Because a lot of police departments, and not just in Canada, but even in the US, Delphi was a prime example. They wanted to say, social media doesn't have a place. You're not media. Social media is becoming the new media. I don't watch the news. Do I watch YouTube channels that have breaking news? Of course I do.
Of course, yeah.
But I don't watch my news station. Social media, YouTube is becoming the new mainstream media, and they need to get over it.
And that's true. I mean, it is. Honestly, like, actually, I was just in an article, member for the one for with CBC there. With oh my God, why can't I think of her name all of a sudden? Oh my God. Come on now. What's your name? Come on, guys. Shit. Hey, no, Allie. That's it. Sorry, Allie. And Allie, the whole thing is that how social media, is a space for a lot of these family members where the news comes out, right? And we appreciate all aspects of news, social media, and all the different ways that people can hear about things. But the whole thing was to bring awareness, because this has been a place. Hi, Mary. How are you doing? Hope did you guys have a nice little fire yesterday? And again, so that the wife that people have also been talking about in chats and stuff like that. Anyways, the whole story kind of was about that this is a place. So whether people like social media or not, it is a place. It's a place for Belinda to come here. This is her home. on It's a Crime and Shame. Her and Chelsea go to other channels, but she's only ever been on this channel from the It's a Crime and Shame. She said that what she had said is that because there was something that I said too that, no, I didn't want to show it because, like there was no proof behind it or receipts and stuff like that. Anyways, then we started talking in Messenger, and I asked her a couple times if she wanted to come up, and knowing full well I would just put out that option to her every once in a while in case she wanted to do it. And then eventually she did. She's like, you know what, I'm ready now. And I know that it takes when somebody is ready to do it, because it's not for everybody, it's not everyone's cup of tea. And it's honestly, I mean, I enjoy coming on doing lives and talking with you guys. You guys are like my internet family over here. But it became her space to come to whenever she wanted to say something that she could about Jack and Lily, and bless her and bless Chelsea, and again bless all the other family members that are speaking up. This channel has spoken to a lot of people, and we do appreciate that. The people that believe in us, trust in us, and know that it's from a sincere place in our hearts. Not here to try to hurt people, but I'm also, by the same token, I'm not here to sugarcoat what I feel or think about a case either. Meaning, doesn't mean that it's true. It just means that those are my personal feelings. But if there's one thing that I can spot a mile away, it's bullshit, BS, and crap when it's being said to me. And I'm not that person. I just am not that person to try to sit there and be a suck up and then just sit there and go, like, I will genuinely ask somebody, if they want to talk and stuff like that for the sake of Jack and Lily on the case and stuff. But I can't be that person that is like, just sit like Daniel. I'll just use Daniel, right? It's like, yeah, on and off we've talked, but I always tell him, like, why the fuck are you talking to me, dude? Like, seriously, I don't believe anything you say. So why are you telling me all this stuff? No matter what, he still always will tell me stuff, right? And then it's just like, why? Like, dude, like, you should learn to shut up, right? Like, you're not doing yourself any favors, but by the same token, okay, you know what? If you're not shutting up brings more answers to Jack and Lily, and your bullshit keeps being present and you keep saying things or double talking yourself, and you're trying to misdirect to everybody else but yourself, why don't you, right? But I don't think Daniel has that perception. He's such a narcissist that he actually truly, I think, believes that we believe him. Now, there are some people out there, and I'm sorry, I mean, hey, if you want to believe in Daniel and all that stuff, go to town, enjoy it, sleep at night to know that, yeah, Daniel's the best dude in the world that doesn't lie. But, I think about Jack and Lily every single minute of the day. Well, pretty much. I don't want to say every minute because obviously I got a little bit of downtime. I dream Jack and Lily. I'm always thinking, I'm always watching videos. I'm always doing something when I'm not working a full-time job on top of this, people, right? That I'm always doing something to think about Jack and Lily, just praying for the truth to come out, praying for this nightmare to stop for the family members, right? There's, for Canada, this is a big case for Canada. United States, dime a dozen. Dime a dozen this shit happens. And it's sad, right? It's so sad. Now just quickly. So again, welcome Mary for being in here as well. Again, thank you to everyone that's being voices, and now that stuff is kind of coming out, airing out and stuff like that. It's nice to see more people that are fighting for justice for Jack and Lily. They deserve it. Children are gifts to be treasured and adorned, not this bullshit of black eyes and that they just happen to get out the back door, right? I don't believe for 1 second that Janie heard those kids. Thank you for everything you do. Zach Jackson has his own channel as well. He's a remote viewer, does that. Hey, Zach, if you ever want to join me on a live, feel free to let me know. That would be, I'm again, you know what? I appreciate people that truly are doing things from the bottom of their heart with compassion and care. Those are the personalities I like. Just ones that are doing it for the right reasons. They're doing things for, because they care on a deep level for people. But children, animals, old people, but they don't. Children and animals don't have voices. Okay, now did just to ask, boss man, did he ever answer that question about the car? Like, do you know what make and model that car was? Because the one that he has now is an Escalade, but the one he was driving in town the other day, but his first car was like a Subaru. But these keys right here, right? Remember when Daniel was on the Drunk Turkey show, and then he's like, you know what? And I came in to get my keys, and he goes, we have 2 sets of keys, right? No, why did you tell us that? No one gave a fuck. But you let us know that because you let something slip yet again by doing that. Now, was it because he saw these keys and wanted to act like, hey, we got 2 keys and stuff like that? Who knows? But you know what? Melissa, before I go to Google Earth, did you want to say anything? Or sorry, I'm going to go to Viewpoint. Is there anything that you
No,
need
you
to
go
say?
ahead and do that. I'm looking something up real quick.
Okay, sure. And
No,
you
I'm
guys,
looking something up real quick.
okay. And you guys, I just want to show you this just to make it clear. So Daniel said that the fence was done on the 2nd of May. I just want to ask you guys. I don't know. Just does that look fenced done to you? Look to the left near the trailer, and you see that whole 3 lines of wood there. There's no gate there, but I'm just saying to you, why? See, it's stupid things like that. What do you mean the fence was done on the 2nd? Clearly not. The only reason why we got these photos is the helicopters and drones flying over your property, and then there's the ATV over there. So clearly your fence, what do you mean it was done on May 2nd? Like, seriously. Aw. There was one person that said I don't have any thinking skills, so I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, what a junkyard Janie, as Justin
Hey,
always
Sonny,
said.
will you put that key fob back up?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so somebody who knows more about cars, what does the AS stand for?
When I
And
look,
what's
and it's
this little lightning bolt? Because
when I looked it up, I think it was like like a dummy version in a sense, like a generic version. And it says IAS, by the way. Yeah. But when I looked it up, it was basically said it was like I said, a generic version. What did he answer? Okay. Do you think that this fob belongs? Would you know anything? Do you know anything about the vehicles that way? Do you know what kind of key fob this is by chance, boss man? Because this is the one where there's that, I guess, that so-called plasma lighter that's on the heat of the bigger picture. But this was also in the picture, and and they're all mucky and dirty and obviously like that. So what happened? So if you recall, boss man, that Haley and her family were inside the bathroom, and Daniel was in the bathroom, and there was a bunch of noise going on in the bathroom, and they're like, basically, what the fuck is he doing? And so then the family needed to use the bathroom and went in, and then on the water heater was that plasma lighter thing. Well, it was a circuit board of some sort. Didn't know what it was from at the time, but apparently Daniel says it's from a plasma lighter. But okay, well, let's just give him that one. It's probably for his meth anyways, regardless, right? Because the meth is in the bathroom there. But then this key fob is there, right? And nobody seems to want to answer that question about the key fob. Like, and so it's I'm the reason why I'm questioning this is because obviously if Jack and Lily are out there buried and we got, and I know key fobs in that area can whatever, but the fact is that why lie about it? Like, why not answer about it? What's the avoidance of it all? Right. That's a good one. It's an aftermarket key fob. That's right. Right. So bottom line is, it was just kind of like, just trying to think about, okay, are those keys there because, there was some burial, burying going on, that night type of thing. And this was part, like, you know what I mean? Keys drop, but, or are they just simply dirty from dropping in the yard? And I don't know. But so basically, Boss Man said, where is it that he said it again? He said right here. Oh, I got it up on the screen. Oh my God. I'm a moron. 5-speed black Kia Rio. Right. Oh, and again, you guys, you don't think Boss Man would not know the neighbor? I mean, in a small little place? I don't know why
See, what gets me about it, Sonny,
you say that.
it doesn't have a lock, and
Right.
I know you're from Canada. I know this, but it doesn't have a lock signal, an unlock signal, a panic signal,
Right.
a trunk button. Like, it doesn't have all these buttons. It just looks, to me, it doesn't look like a key fob. To me, it looks like an automatic
No.
starter.
Right. No, that's what it would be. Actually, if anything, like an automatic starter. So is it an automatic starter for a tractor, an automatic starter? I can't see a track. Well, maybe a vehicle.
Well, that's the
right?
thing. You can buy an automatic starter and put it on anything.
Right. And
Automatic starters aren't for a specific thing.
well, that's just it. Right. And so I don't know. It was just one of those things, right? I don't know what. Tinkerbell, come on now. You better take back that KFC bucket, which I had KFC yesterday and today, by the way, because it was leftovers. Tinkerbell, if Haley's the one that gave me the picture, right? If she's the one that gave me this picture, because I asked her, can I put it out there? Because I'd had it for quite a while, right? So if she's the one that gave me the picture, and I've asked Haley, and she's wondered whose keys those are, pretty sure they're not Haley's keys. Pretty sure she's not trying to sit there and go like, Sonny, here's a picture, but those keys are really mine. No, okay? They're not Haley's. They're not Haley's keys. Okay? They were in the bathroom at the time that the family went in there to investigate. Okay? Well, it's just one of those things, right? Go ahead. Just curious.
For me, looking at it, I notice, one, it looks more like an automatic starter than a key fob.
Mhm.
2, the dirt's mostly on the black. I don't see really a lot of mud or any mud on the chain part. And when I'm looking at the chain, that reminds me of a man here in the States. I don't know about Canada, but they have like little chains that they'll hook to like a belt loop, and then it'll,
Yeah.
that way if their wallet falls out or their keys fall out,
Okay.
it doesn't fall to the ground. But I
Mhm.
generally only see that with men. So that keychain,
Yeah.
to me, in my
Yeah.
opinion, looks more manly than feminine. Doesn't look that dirty. Only looks like dirt in like one little like area.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Oh, curious boss man. This Kia, what is it? A Kia Rio? Kia, shit, can't remember. Why does it I have brain fart on this one? Kia Rio? Kia Rio? Is that what he said? Kia Rio? Do. Kia.
Yeah, he said a 5-speed Kia Rio.
Okay. Oh, that's nice, Zach. Absolutely. Do you know how long, just for the time that he was there? So just curious. So how long have you lived on your property for? Like, has it been 4 years, 5 years, 10 years? But my question to this is, how long did Daniel have that car for? Do you know? Like, meaning the time that you do know? Because obviously you would have seen this car, blah, blah. Just asking for a friend. That's Sunny. But how long do you know that, like, that he had this for at least a minimum, in a sense? All right. So it's a remote starter. You can get, yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm gonna move on from that. But I just did want to say that this fence, it was not done. There's a big gaping hole down here, right? Right? Three whatever you want to call it, spacings there, and then there's no gate there either. You know, I just, yeah. All right. I want to go to viewpoint, share screen. And is this viewpoint? Oh, no, I'll do that after. Okay. Viewpoint. 1 second. I'm going to make us a bit, I'm going to make the map bigger, okay? What I like about viewpoint, by the way, is that, I don't know why, but it's better imagery than, even though it's like Google Earth, but it's better imagery than they have. I love it. Okay, so right here is 1407 Gairloch Road, right? And so this little dude here, okay, so obviously we know that Brad's home and Mary's home is down over here, and then there's another neighbor. But what I really like is it's just like, you know, drop. And just look at the clear imagery going on here. Like, dang, you know? So I was looking at DT's pictures, right? Because the reason I'm looking at this, guys, and it's just to show you as well, right? Is that obviously, is there going to be a camera here? So Brad and his wife, Mary, might own cameras, but are they going to see, 289 going over here? Absolutely not, right? But darn good imagery. They're better than the Google Earth shit, to be honest. Oh, I mean, actually, you know what? I'll take you back for a second to Gairloch Road. And we're going to go to boing, boing, get a load of this. This is how up to date this is. Kent. You're going to be so proud, Kent. Look at that. Okay. That's how up to date this is. Whoops. Why am I opening up that? Okay. Jack and Lily sign there, Kent. Where am I? You guys all see that? So obviously, Kent, when did you give this to Daniel? It was like about 2 months ago, right? Isn't that way better, Wolfie? Yeah. Hey, Wolfie, by the way, did you send those messages into the RCMP? Right? So my point is, for this whole thing, is that to me, Brad and Justin are absolutely telling the truth. Now, again, right? Here's the Martell side and stuff like that. And okay. So obviously there's the, there's the palace right there. I think the palace is needs to be cleaned up again. Just putting that out there. Okay, but anyways, right? So then it becomes about, like, where would cameras be, right? In this space. You know what? Brad, boss man, if you're in chat still, could you tell us how many cameras that you know of in your vicinity besides your own? Besides your own? Did he say anything? Shh. Don't tell me I'm behind. I feel like either my message isn't sending or Sunny, oh, yeah. I'm not. I'm behind. Okay. What did I miss? What did I miss on there? I know.
I went back and couldn't see what you missed.
Well, my posing questions are, would be how long do you know? How long would you know that Daniel had that Kia Rio vehicle? And what was my other question I just asked him? Oh, how many cameras that you know of are in your vicinity of from Daniel Martell's home? Basically in this here, let me just go back out of it for a second. This is what I care about. Let me just close it. Okay. All I care about for this, like meaning to do with Brad and Justin and the pink blanket, all I want to know is from this point pretty much to here, if there's any cameras. I know that there's cameras that don't work, but this is where the blanket was. Hey, get off. Whoops. Get off. Okay. Boot prints are down the pipeline. Pink blanket was here. And oh my God, I keep clicking on this. It's my fault for as you can see, for logging in. But this is what I'm concerned about for cameras. Is it possible that absolutely that Brad and Justin exactly heard what they heard, but there was no cameras in this little area per se to capture the vehicle, right? So going back down, and let me know if that boss man does answer on there. So going down to here. Okay. Hey, there's legit somebody outside. Huh. Dude, you got caught on camera. But anyways, so this is the area. So, okay. Cameras, but don't work. Okay, so then we have, hey, I got another question. I think somebody must live here. But it looks like it's looks very dilapidated. It hasn't been taken care of well. But there's this vehicle that's sitting there. So I don't see no cameras here, but that's my point, right? Like, how many cameras, if any, could there possibly be?
Well, what was on the side of the porch?
Where, here? Those are
What's
just
on the
lights.
corner of the porch right there?
Just lights. They're just white lights. Like, they're just light bulbs things. Like, that's not a camera.
Oh.
Yeah. Right? So this is what I'm saying. So it's a matter of, if there's only this little area per se, well, where's the chances when they say that they can't, basically that they're saying that they can't verify what Brad and Justin are saying, not that it didn't happen, but they have nothing to back it up because there's no, right? And that's my thoughts about this, that there's no cameras that would have captured, say, Daniel coming out here, and two people are saying that they heard a vehicle that down here over the railroad tracks, whatever, come back down. And remember how Daniel talked, but this whole, okay, this is where, see, this is where the pink blanket was, right here, right? That's where the pink blanket was. Pink blanket that was in the garbage can. I don't even believe that whole crap about that part. Like, who knows the truth on that, right? We hear that it's on the railing. Then we hear that it's, in the garbage bag, that it was put up on a door, which was a door, they said, right? And that Malaya said that Daniel ripped a piece off. So you would think it would be totally separate than the bigger piece and stuff like that. But again, right? Like the same blanket that's hanging in a tree suddenly, that Daniel's trying to say, like, you know what? My family goes down this road all the time, and that certainly wasn't there in the morning. Well, it's because it was probably there at nighttime, right? Is when it was placed. Because I think, and I could be wrong, but I think it would have been more planted at nighttime myself, just based on what Justin and Brad are saying. It makes more sense. But obviously, if there's a bus that we don't know because it's redacted, if a bus goes by, but Daniel's saying that wasn't there in the morning, guess what? You better look at Haley, right? Remember? Hayden and Cheryl and Haley, and look at Malaya. Malaya's, of course, doing all this stuff. She's planning all this so that she could hide those children from me, and she's just trying to blame everything on me. Oh, sorry, I got to take this down. On there. So, just taking a look for a second. So, again, my thing in all of this is, okay, if camera's not working, and over here, you would have to have a camera right around here in order to see, or somewhere here. But they're saying, like, we've looked over. I don't believe. I believe that this all stems from the blanket, right? Okay, this blanket didn't freaking fly and just land there. No bird carried it. No bear brought it over. This blanket that Daniel's claiming that wasn't there, but he's trying to sell us a narrative, right? I'm trying to look for the truth of the BS. So, does it make sense that Brad and Justin heard a vehicle, but it wasn't captured on any camera because there's virtually zero cameras to capture anything in that area? And if there was, then obviously they could substantiate it. But bottom line is the police. So how could, if there's no vehicles that they can substantiate Brad and Justin, then that means that these children also didn't wander off the property either down over here, right? It means that they were not abducted either over here, because then a vehicle obviously would have been seen, I guess, on camera, right? But since there's not, I guess those possibilities could still be plausible. If there's no cameras, I just call bull. Ain't no children leaving the property here, walking down here, blanket ends up here. I don't still know about those footprints and how much that they are truly part of this case. But the main focus is about this blanket. We've heard a bunch of BS about this blanket. And bottom line is that blanket got there somewhere. What's the chances that, oh yeah, last week we just happened to throw that blanket into the garbage. And guess what? Somehow miraculously this blanket that was in the garbage, and someone put their hand through it, or that it was sitting on the railing and blah 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 blah, right? That somehow the other piece suddenly just makes it over here during the case of 2 missing children. Unlikely? Heck yeah. Highly unlikely? Heck yeah. What are the chances that a piece of evidence of Lily's blanket is in the garbage that same week as well? And that Daniel's claiming, my family drives this road and we've never seen it, so obviously it had to be planted. Well, cut the bullshit on the planted shit. I mean, when it comes to Haley and that, and let's look at the truthfulness of this. Was it yours and Malaya's plan to try to divert? Is that why your stories can't really match about that blanket and it being torn and being put in the garbage? Because both of them are claiming to have put it in the garbage as well. And Janie's like, and I told Daniel, don't make sure you don't stuff that garbage to whatever with the blanket, because I saw him put it in there. Yeah, exactly. And all those 3 people have a strange timeline, to say the least. So so my whole point is that if we could kind of put where Justin was, right? And we obviously know that Brad, lives over here and is hearing a vehicle, but he said it didn't go out of earshot, right? That it didn't go out of earshot. So however far earshot is, not exactly sure. But what's the chances, you think, Melissa, that this blanket ends up in the tree? And yeah, I mean, I can see that there not being any video cameras here to capture anything, right, in this particular space? Can you? Because obviously the RCMP would have said that, but they said that they can't substantiate their claim, right? Not that it's not true, just can't
Yeah,
be.
but that does. They're not saying it didn't happen. They're just saying that they don't have video footage to prove and corroborate what they're saying. But in my opinion, yes, it's possible that they heard him. Yes, I think the blanket was planted at night, but in my opinion, they need to look for the kids in the exact opposite direction of that blanket. Because I
Well,
think that blanket was planted to say, oh, look, they went this way when they really didn't.
but that's the thing, is that chances are they would have a lot more footage going the other way, right? Chances are, like, if we were going to go this way, right, then there are cameras that would capture them more. So that's why they wanted camera footage from the last 5 days before the children went missing, because over here there's a lady named Melissa Scott, and she has what's it called again, something quarry, or
Trail cams.
yeah, she has a bunch of trail cams, right? But she lives, like, I think it's like 18 minutes away driving from, like, it's down over here somewhere. Glengarry Station, right? So she has a bunch of trail cams, but right. So did a vehicle come down here and get captured on the camera, right? Well, obviously, I guess not, because, you know, that's what they were looking for, was, something to show that perhaps a suspicious vehicle.
Boss man
Or
said 4 or maybe 5 cameras.
oh, and
Is that
okay,
what you're saying, boss man? That there's 4, maybe 5 cameras out that way?
okay. So where did my down here? Okay. Working cameras? Now, do you know of any working cameras, boss man, along 289 that would capture 289 here? Maybe. Maybe.
So it would
Again,
capture a car, but it wouldn't capture the kids if they walk that way? I don't know. That don't make no sense. The
um,
kids didn't walk that way. There's no way.
well, I'm just curious, and I'm just going to pose the question. I'm just curious if on a screenshot, um, Mary and Brad there, if you could perhaps take a screenshot of this and point to where those cameras would be, not necessarily that they're working, but where these cameras might be. That would help a lot, to be honest with you, to understanding. But again, if two people are saying it, but if there's, I guess it depends where these cameras are on here, right? Because when someone says 4 or 5 cameras, maybe, well, where though? Where? Because the corner ones aren't working. So on that home there. So if you had yours, where would the other ones be? Hmm. Now, okay. So like the reason why this means a lot is because, again, it's trying to understand that you guys heard something, but they're saying that there's nothing to substantiate it. So where would those cameras be? And let's say, where was Justin when he heard the vehicle, just for the sake of mapping, right? Right. Melissa said she had one facing the end of the driveway, but they did collect from her neighbors down the road. Yeah, but you talk about all those ones in Daphne. Like, I don't know where all of Melissa's cameras were at all, but she lived quite a distance away. But I'm not sure where her cameras were all located from her side. As much as when you said driveway, I'm not sure what you mean by whose driveway. Okay. Where is this one? Sorry, I'm just trying to find. I think it's this one here. Okay. No. Hi, Blue Jay. Yeah, 7 trail cams. That was it. It's been a while since I've even talked about her. I think he was talking about cams when he said 4, maybe 5. I think he was answering to that. Someone had a pic in a live that the blanket was on the railing. Yeah, no. I heard that today. There's no picture of no blanket on the railing. Trust me. Nobody had pictures of their home prior to that day of May 2nd, besides strangers or whatever, or family members or something if they took any. But there's not going to be a picture of that blanket on the railing at all on May 2nd because the blanket's in the tree and in the garbage. So that doesn't make sense. Just trying to see what Mary was answering her to. And she said, Marie, I thought. What did Marie say? Amber Alert is ridiculous. Even if they were kidnapped and nobody witnessed it, we wouldn't know. No, we wouldn't. Just trying to catch up there. Actually, Justin has a pic of a pink blanket in the back on the railing. Yeah, but it's not. There's no way. There's no way. Okay, that doesn't make sense. There's other pink blankets. Like there's one hanging in the window right now, but one piece is in the garbage, the other one's in a tree on May 2nd. So there ain't no picture from any newspaper, news article of this same LOL blanket being on the railing, right? That's absolutely does not make sense. And I saw when Justin pulled that up, and again, blurry as crap or whatever, but okay, if it doesn't make sense, you toss it away because that doesn't make sense. Okay, now I'm going to go to, did you need to say anything before? I was going to go into S Hunter True Crime. Is there anything that you wanted to add at this point? Yeah, as for the pink blanket,
no, not at this point.
Marie Antoinette, yeah, it just has no bearing to me. They had a few pink blankets for sure. Okay, so have you seen this one already? S Hunter True Crime. So S Hunter S True Crime. He's always making some good, concise type, videos of Daniel's interviews of, like this one showing that things don't add up in this particular one. Again, I can't even tell you how many things that if I had everything from the start, which I'm sure I do within the muddle of my thousands of screenshots of how many inconsistencies and on lives of the stuff that Daniel has said and he's inconsistent about, outright bullshitting, all that stuff. I mean, I didn't know that they could stack shit that high in a case, listening to Daniel talk about all these inconsistencies and stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. These children don't deserve this bullshit. They just don't. Okay, but I will play this and then we'll start and stop and stuff like that, going through it a bit. But anyway, so this is Hunter S True Crime, as he's putting together like some sort of compilation of things that don't make sense and inconsistencies. Okay, hold on.
With him, and
I don't know what it is with my volume, and my computer has restarted multiple times, but it doesn't just let me click. Then you know how you click volume and then you just, speed it or, make it higher.
He said that Thursday didn't have enough details, and we think you did something to the kids Thursday night. And I asked him, like, what are you talking about? Like, I just ran through whole Thursday and Wednesday with you. Like, we just spent the last 20 minutes talking. And there's not enough detail because I thought it was an ordinary day.
Welcome.
I went to bed actually a lot later than Malaya did, I think. Like, Malaya was already asleep when I came into bed. I remember flicking on the light for the kids at 12 at night, or a little bit after 12, so a little bit after midnight, and both of the kids were fast asleep under the covers.
So that's an inconsistent one right there, because he said he went to bed early, right? Said he went to bed early that night. Okay.
He said your Thursday and all the way leading into Friday morning, there's not enough detail. And I said to him that Thursday was just an ordinary day until I woke up on Friday morning.
Okay, it wasn't just an ordinary day at all. But okay, Daniel.
And that's when, like, life changed. There was nothing like life changing on Thursday. It was a normal day. So, therefore, there was nothing detailed that needed to be remembered that day until Friday morning.
Okay, so call bullshit on this whole. It's just an ordinary day, folks, right? Malaya goes and gets blood work. They go into town and all that stuff. Come back home. Apparently, we still don't know when Jack and Lily were last seen, right? Like, meaning from the Dollarama. That's the last point. We don't know anything about Thursday besides what these people on the property are telling us, right? Other than that, we have no clue from, like, what was it? The 1:30 point on. What happened to Jack and Lily up until they went missing? We have no clue till the 911 call comes in, right? Don't know. But he has already said that he had gone to sleep early. I could shit on their entire timeline over and over again. I honestly, it's aggravating sometimes even talking about the timeline because it's so ridiculous of not making sense. So when Malaya said that you were up doing drugs, and Malaya said she was sleeping and she didn't know what you were doing, that you were supposed to clean the house, but she woke up and you did nothing. So when she woke up and saw you doing meth in the bathroom, I guess that's just an ordinary day. I guess that falls probably into that category, right? But it's just all these things. They went to the children went to bed at 9 o'clock. Then we heard 10 o'clock. Daniel says he went to sleep early. Then next thing you know, he's flicking on the light at after 12. Daniel says, I never saw Jack and Lily on May 2nd. Well, after 12 means it's May 2nd already. But that's just that's just one of his things that he obviously is such a bright light bulb there. But anyways, so again, why would Malaya tell multiple people within our circle that you were up doing meth? Why is it that when Malaya left the next day and Haley said, like, what the fuck is going on? And then that whole bathroom thing, but what the fuck is going on? Then Malaya says that you've been doing meth for 2 years since before Meadow was induced, right? So what about that, Daniel? And then on the Drunk Turkey show, you started admitting more and more that, yeah, you did meth, but then all of a sudden it became just, before Jack and Lily went missing, but you didn't want to at all say that you were doing it that night. Because why? Well, again, because to me that there's something to hide. So it's kind of like, where the hell is the truth amongst all this? Daniel can't remember really when he went in. Go ahead.
So Boss Man has answered a couple of your questions here. So he said that Shoot, I gotta go back up here. Sound travels like crazy around here. I can hear some vehicles until Concord Road. And he said all the cameras are at the same house, but if they work, he's not sure.
No. So no, they don't. So there we go. No camera footage there. So again, it's kind of like, how do you understand when you believe two people are being truthful and that there's a blanket in there that there had to have been no cameras in that particular vicinity? So I'm just trying to see where you were reading that about Boss Man. The first one he said about sound. Well, it's okay. I mean, you read it. And then I was on the other one that he said there. Oh, there it is. Sound travels like crazy, and I can hear until Concord Road. Thank you. And all the same house after tracks if they work. Nope, because then, again, then they'd be able to substantiate your story. And that's the reason why they can't. Right? Doesn't make it not true. Just mean that they don't have the proof to back that up. But it's not like behind the scenes they're not believing. Any word when more documents will be released? Not at this time, Mary. Not sure. I've asked about that. But I was told that not sure if more are coming down or not. I hope so. Hope so. I like documents for stuff like that. Gives us more insight, just like your guys' information coming out. It gave more insight. Again, it's not because I want to just purposely dislike Daniel or Malaya. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with two children that deserve answers. Cut the bullshit. Tell the truth. The truth needs to be told for Jack and Lily. And, again, the truth will come out for Jack and Lily. It will. So if someone that's listening right now had anything to do with it, again, your karma's going to be a bitch. And you deserve everything that will come to you. Anyone that's involved in Jack and Lily's disappearance. And I just think anyone to harm a head on children, to, children are not meant to be abused and used. They're meant to be loved and cared about. So when I know that there's bullshit happening, like I said, make me think differently, because at this moment you can't. When people are not being truthful and they're hiding behind, acting like their sorrow and trauma and stuff like that. Sorry, not sorry. It's about Jack and Lily, right, Janie? It's not about your dog. It's not about you. Daniel, it's not about you and you sitting there freaking running past the helicopters and drones till your throat hurt and almost died and impaled by sticks. No one gives a shit about that. They care about Jack and Lily and they want the truth, right? But anyway, so like I said, I can put bullet holes all through this timeline. It's just ridiculous with the inconsistencies. And these are only some, right? So he's just saying one neighbor reported hearing a vehicle around the railroad tracks near Gairloch and Lansdowne Station around 1:30. That would be Justin. And then the vehicle had stopped for a couple minutes. Take this down.
And then that's when I asked him, do you know anything on the case? And he said, not really. I've seen you on the news once. And that kind of alarmed me, or, shocking, because you're having somebody that's trying to get you to admit to something and they don't know any details. So therefore, my Thursday didn't have any details. Your knowledge of the case didn't have any details.
Okay. 1 second. Okay. I know I've left it on a weird spot there, but whatever. What do you think of them apples? Well, since Thursday didn't have any details. Yeah, right, Danielle. All right, I believe you. Starting to believe you here, Daniel. Not. Um, since Thursday didn't have. Isn't it funny though? It's like, why should I remember Thursday? Why should I remember it at all? I mean, the kids only went missing the next day, and all of a sudden my mind is amnesia and all that stuff. It's just a normal day. Why would I remember that? How many people say that stuff? And then Daniel just feeds off of what other channels are saying, and then he uses that as if he's like the smartest whip in the room and stuff like that. But he literally is saying, like, so, I mean, dude, if you've only seen me once on an interview, like, basically, who the fuck are you to be telling me to remember details if you don't know any details about the case? Okay, Daniel, are you that stupid? Yes, just nod and agree. You're that stupid to believe that this man, this high-ranking inspector dude and whatever, is clueless to anything about the case. Just seen you once, has no knowledge, and just comes in there and tries to get a false confession out of you. Maybe it's because they don't believe you. Maybe it's because you're so stupid that you're buying all that shit. But hey, you keep thinking that they're your best friends. But it was just, it's just the ignorance of it, right? Jack and Lily are needing answers, right? Obviously, they're going to look at the family first and foremost. Daniel's like, oh, no, I got nothing to do with it. Nothing at all to see here, but I'll keep lying about everything, but nothing to see here. But it's just the ignorance of his like, so you want details from me, but you know nothing about the case. And I don't remember details, right? But he did that with the RCMP in that one video where he was talking and he's like, well, I guess they're trying to show that they have, that they're just trying to, bring the dogs here to show people that they're actually working on the case, because we all know that they're missing and hidden by Malaya. Ridiculous. Whatever your guys' fucked up story is, it's not mathing. It's mething, but it's not mathing, right? But anyways, it's just the passive aggressiveness when he's talking. Because he thinks like that he's this hero of it all, that people are just buying what he's selling. And it's just so ridiculous. And you can always tell Daniel always amps up when he feels like people are in his corner. And it's just like, well, I took a polygraph, documents right there show, so everyone should start believing me now. No, dude, you've already proven yourself to be full of it. So why would we believe you? I think you guys need to be taken in for more questions again. It's what you damn right need to be, not more than just 4 darn questions. And also, I think that they need to be more hard ass on you guys. It seems like they're dealing with this like cotton frickin' fluff or something like that, when really they should be busting their chops all day long, But only because I was watching about the RCMP and how we're pretty much pussies when it comes to how treating people during an investigation as if it's like, well, let me just make you dinner while you're here. Tell me all about it, Daniel. That's what, it comes across like. It's almost like, and maybe that's why Daniel feels like they're his best friends. Like they probably are just like shooting the shit with him, joking around with him. Even though to me, I would like to think that, they're doing everything in their power to, I just don't know. I don't know, Melissa. I know you're not Canadian, but I just don't know.
So, Boss Man asked what the question was. Charmaine wants to know if Boss Man or his wife, I'm assuming, gave permission for their information to be unredacted. But like I said a second ago in chat, hey Daniel Martell, I may be an American saying, so you may not know it, but loose lips sink ships, and they're giving you enough rope to go ahead and tie the noose and put it around your neck. They are not your friend, and they are keeping track of all your inconsistencies. So if I were you, I would get your story straight.
Yeah, actually, I thought that was going to be
you and your mama.
I was going to say, I thought that was going to be a different question. So I already know that this all is between the lawyers and the RCMP, right? And so there's no say over if it can be unredacted or not, besides between the RCMP and the lawyers from the Canadian Press, and then the judge, whatever, deciding, like what's allowed to be unredacted, and stuff like that. I looked that up because I was very interested in that, about knowing how unredactions happen and stuff like that. But no, it's not like they go to Brad and say, hey, can I show this in the documents and stuff like that. But what was the question I was going to ask? Oh, Brad, just to ask you, and maybe it's been cleared up before, and Mary, everyone keeps saying that you didn't let them search your property that day. And then I've heard that you were searched the property, but you wouldn't allow them to search the house. And at the end of the day, could you just tell us what the actual answer was to that, regardless, just to clear that part up? Because it's been said all the time that you didn't allow. And then Daniel also said, and I recall, this isn't a question to this one, but Daniel said that you were purposely revving your truck so loud during the search just to be annoying, pretty much, right? Okay. So my question then was, is it true that you didn't allow them to search the property that day, or did you allow them to search the property, but just not the house? Just whatever the truth is, actually. Hi, Travis. For anyone that's in here, Travis is a lawyer out of Texas.
Why would they need to search the neighbor's house?
Well, of course they would, because they're looking for children, just in case, regardless, right? They're searching everyone's area, like land and stuff, because 2 children are missing. So they're asking, like, of course, I'm thinking that they would have to ask. I'm not really sure about that, but they would have to ask. And if someone declines, then they can decline, but then they could get a search warrant. But that would be normal, that they would be searching, right? Because if the children just wandered off into the woods or wandered down the road, and there was, because at that time they don't know anything, right? So that would be normal. Also, I just wanted to let everyone know, if you drive past my house more than twice, driving slow, creeping out my wife and kids when I'm at work, please know it's not safe for you to do that. Oh, okay. They got people there. Yeah. Trying to be the on boots on the ground investigators on there. So, okay. Fair game on that. For me personally, I'm always about, there's crossing lines, and when it comes to stuff, like, you don't message people on their Facebooks and stuff like that and tell them that they're child killers or murderers and stuff like that. There's boundaries, right? And stuff but does it mean that they're going to stop Boss Van? No. Some people take it too far for things. Is it raining? That's rain. Sorry, my window's open and I'm like, what's that noise? And then I realize it's pouring rain out there. But anyways, yeah. Sorry for, well, it goes to you and other people too, but sorry for all the shit that comes people's way out of stepping forward and talking and stuff like that. And, I'll apologize. I mean, I know that it's been out there for quite a while now. It's kind of, I guess I'm kind of one of those ones that's kind of like the pictures. If I already see a channel putting it out there and stuff like that, then it's like, well, it's going to make it out there regardless. So, but anyways, but I'll be up first to apologize, because, I pretty much pointed to your house there when I originally talked about it, and you were in a live like a few months ago and stuff like that, so I do apologize for that. I should be definitely more discreet with shit like that. Sometimes, not necessarily thinking. So I do apologize for that. Now, cases that are out there, like Sebastian Rogers, where we physically have an address because it's out there in the news and stuff like that. But I do apologize for that. Regardless, I know it's going to come out no matter what. But for my own self, sometimes I got to be more aware of stuff like that, to be honest with you. So I could do better. I'll say that. I can do better. Okay. Take that down. Boss man, what do you think happened to Lily and Jack? I don't know if they're willing to say or not.
After it was dark, I came back inside. What I remember, the kids were sleeping, but when you're looking back in time, Daniel, it's hard to, kind of remember everything and get a feeling for how the night really was, because it just seemed like a normal night, right? When I came inside, I thought the kids were sleeping, and I could have swore they were sleeping, but it says in the documents that she had them up till 9 or 10 at night. I don't remember them being up that late, so I'll tell you that.
Okay, this is the one where they're talking about the 8:28 phone call.
What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep.
And then about 20 minutes passed.
Wow.
And then when I woke up, Malaya was right beside me. She was still asleep. And I said, I don't hear Lily and Jack.
And the next thing we knew, it was quiet, and we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911.
Okay, I want to talk about that for a second. To be honest with you, okay, and I'm gonna pose this question to Mary and Bossman as well. One, again, if you thought that this interview was strange, okay, Melissa, did you find her interview strange? Weird. She didn't even say Jack and Lily's name.
Malaya, yeah.
Yeah. So what did you feel after watching her interview? And I'm curious too what others like, but Mary, and because they're obviously neighbors there and you're watching Malaya's interview, did you guys find it like weird as shit? Like just weird? Is that how, just weird? There's a path. So also there's a path behind fuckhead Daniel's house that leads to the pipeline. Oh, right. I saw that actually. I think DT pointed that out actually, which leads to where the blanket was. Right. I still think it was the vehicle. In my opinion. Daniel, no men that provide for their families all fucking week have to cut their damn firewood when they can. All fucking week have to cut their damn firewood when they can. Doesn't Earl bring it over for them? I remember when I had to buy firewood. I remember it was like $150 a cord or something like that. $200 a cord. Don't know how much it is now. That's back here in the Vancouver area, though. I always thought it seemed off. It was just, her interview was just so strange. There was no beckoning call for the kids. In fact, the thing that I remember most of Malaya's interview, well, there's a couple of things. If you feel like your children are in the woods or abducted, well, it's warm out, or the sun's up today, so I hope that they're warm. The fuck? Who says that? Who says that? How about, I want them home? It's sun's out today, so I hope that they're warm. Right. In the fucking abductor's dungeon downstairs in the basement? Because that means that you're thinking about woods. You're not thinking about inside somebody's home, but yet you're thinking that an abduction occurred as well. But the thing that probably, like I said, besides that, the thing that stood out the most was how much these people keep talking about that they'll talk to anyone. They'll talk to strangers. They'll just, Melissa accidentally popped out. That they'll just talk. and never once did we hear Jack and Lily's name. And again, everyone can sit there and have their own opinions about that interview and how you feel about Malay and stuff like that. I'm just talking about my own personal vibes off of it, was that it was strange. It was weird. All I heard was so much about how they'll talk to strangers. They'll go into a store, just talk to anybody, talk. And guess what, you guys, they have possible autism to go with it. Possible autism. But anyway, so her interview to me, for one interview, it left such a bad taste in my mouth. And then Daniel just couldn't shut up. And then he just added to me to the whole bullshit of the case and what they're trying to propagate. I don't think he does. I think he thinks it, because if you look at all his chatter with Charmaine, he did everything for the kids. Malaya was basically a useless tit that laid in bed and was on her phone. And that when she was overwhelmed, just like the document said, as Daniel will point out, that, he did everything for Jack and Lily, taught them how to shit, piss, and all that stuff, stick them in clothes, bathe them, whatever, all that stuff. According to Daniel, he pretty much did everything. Well, you guys couldn't keep an eye on those children. Well, depends what the truth is there, though. But anyways, can you show that, or the wood's too thick? The path to the pipeline? Let's see here. I guess I could try to show that. Welcome back, Melissa.
Thank you. I seem to be having connection issues today.
That's an American thing. Yeah. Let's see here. Let me take down the wording here. And I'm just trying to, okay, I think I'm caught up. Hi, Cassie, on the one that's sassy. Okay, so let me make this bigger. And let's go. I guess I got to go over here. Okay, so if this is their home, I think he's talking about like out back here, like this trail here. And let's see here. So the blanket was over here. So there's this like path. I guess that's, you can get out of here. That kind of goes over here, right? So if the home's here, there's this path that kind of goes here. And then back, basically this is where the blanket was found, was here. So does that, come on, real estate people, get out of my way. Get out of my way. What do you think about that? Or do you think it was simply a blanket was planted while in the vehicle and that's why it stopped? Janie said that the quad was at Earl's home and that Justin wasn't, or sorry, not Justin, because Justin's her favorite, that Daniel wasn't allowed to drive it. But that's what they're talking about, Travis. Mm-hmm. Got too many things open here, man.
How far is that? Like a quarter mile?
Well, yeah, like it's to get to, hold on a second. No, I don't think I can do it here. Measuring tool. What am I? Metric? I've never used it on here before. Only Google Earth. But oh, hey, what's this? Can I do this? Okay, but oops. Malams, let's just try this. Okay, so that's 1.12 kilometers. Pretty much. Right? Huh. Yeah, pretty much same thing. I like that. I like how it shows it like that. Cool. So imagine a 4-year-old and 6-year-old, within their 20-minute time frame. Hi, Joe Hunter. Yeah. Okay. 1 second. So I hope that gave you a better idea there, Travis, for that. If you guys are here and you haven't hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily, please do so. Thank you. No, I don't want to show a video. That's not what I want to show. I want to share screen and we'll go back. Oh my God, I hate listening. Seriously. I'm like so over his bullshit, but okay, let's.
I woke up when Malaya woke me up. I'm pretty sure it was her who woke me up because we both kind of like woke up at the same time.
Oh my God.
And I remember her saying, as it says in the documents, she said, I don't hear them. I think she woke me up, right? We kind of woke up at the same time, but I really don't know. First thing I do when I wake up is, I mean, Malaya's right beside me and she says, you like hear the kids? And then I listen for a few seconds. I said, no, I don't hear them. So first thing I do is when I don't hear them, I get up and I, get dressed, and me and her make our way out to the kitchen.
So I jumped straight up out of bed. Silence is never a good thing when you have kids, because they're getting into something. And then we noticed the boots were gone. We went outside, made our way into the backyard. We didn't see them anywhere. And Malaya said, should I call 911? And I said, well, just wait 1 second. I ran up in the woods to the kids. They have cabins up in the woods. It's about, 100 feet up in the woods. Ran up there, ran right back down, so it only took me like 30 seconds.
We made our way outside, got through the fence, and then we're standing right in front of Mom's RV, and she asked me, should I call 911? Right? That's,
Wait, what did he just say there? 1 second.
And she asked me, should I call 911? Right? That's, kind of instinctual. You want.
Okay, so where do I start with that crock of shit? Looks like Melissa dropped again. So again, well, let's just go to that part of it. So at first, Malaya says that she woke up and tells Daniel, word for word, tells Daniel, do you hear the kids? Right? Then his version comes out of that he's the one that says it. That I'm the one that said that, do you hear the kids or whatever. Now, when he's on the Drunk Turkey show, again, tries to throw Malaya underneath the bus. Not that Malaya doesn't know, right? In my opinion. But he, all of a sudden on the Drunk Turkey show, he tries to be like, dang it, don't you think that that's kind of funny? That, Malaya woke up that fast? Like, it's like she just woke up like in 5 seconds and she was like, do you hear the kids? Daniel Martell, right? He's saying this to Drunk Turkey show, and I'm just like, oh, there you go again, right? We got the laundry left at Patty's house. We got no chairs removed, no whatever yogurt cups. Malaya's standing in the kitchen like a useless tit as he's running around looking for it and stuff like that. Again, this timeline goes from 8 o'clock to 8:30, right? In the documents, it says, now, Daniel started off by saying multiple times that he heard or that Lily came in the room. That downgraded to 3, then 2. Okay. Then we never heard Malaya ever say anything about seeing Lily, but yet somehow she tells Alana that, and it's also in the documents that she's seen Lily one time that morning. I just call a bunch of BS, right? She's up at 6:17, 6:18. Her alarm goes off at whatever time, 6 o'clock, 6:15, whatever. And then Lily pops her head in. So on the scanner radio, you hear 8 o'clock. Why? Because obviously they're going to use that time no matter what. Even if it was 8 to 8:30, they're going to use 8 o'clock as their baseline. And so then again, Lily, I guess, popped her head in at 8:20, according to Malaya. I guess that's the one time she particularly seen her. Okay, again, crap shit, but whatever. Meadow is woken up as she turns on the TV. Daniel starts talking about some fucking lock on the door, right? And I still believe that lock's on the inside, for their freaky shit that goes on. But anyways, then Malaya makes a phone call, which she has to go out because Daniel showed me a screenshot talking to Malaya about, because I specifically asked him, can you use your phone? Can you make phone calls from your bedroom? He said not on his phone, but he said on her phone she can stand near the window. So he did show me a screenshot, which was both of them talking about, like, are you near the window? Yes. Da, da, da. So, but anyway, so at 8:28, she makes a call to Cindy. Now, Belinda's confused because Patty is the one that told Cindy about the children being missing, right? And so 8:48 is the phone call to Ron that Janie's talking to. So Daniel also claims that he's not in a deep sleep at all, right? So these children, so they totally don't talk about the 8 to 8:30 time, right? Maybe Malaya would if she ever spoke about it, really. But Daniel, he seems to refuse to answer anything to do with this 8 to 8:30 timeline, because if you look in articles back at the start, that it was only a few minutes after Lily and that popped her head that they didn't hear the kids. It was only a few minutes that he got up. Even if you equate it to the 20 minutes, and I'm not this big forgiveness on a bunch of crap of time, okay? Like, seriously, we're talking about two kids and you guys want to sit there and jump from A to B to Z to Q to R with this whole timeline. And I'm not in that mood of forgiveness that I'm going to keep giving you these outs for all these times that, oh, well, I mean, obviously these people are talking about time specifically, and then they're all in and out of sleep, and all of them, Janie, Malaya, Dan, they're all talking like they're out of sleep and out of it. Oh, Mom, I can't remember Thursday. Well, we did. Oh my God, I can't remember Wednesday. Can't remember siphoning off my grandma Patty and yet taking her card, going shopping, getting a license, buying vape juice, and all that shit, getting gas. Oh my God, Malaya suddenly can't remember all that shit either, right? And Daniel's like, well, how am I supposed to remember Thursday? Because it was just a normal average day. And then Friday, it's like all of a sudden these times, whatever, all of a sudden this 8 to 8:30 shifts to 9:40, because in the documents, they forgot to redact something, and I knew that it was about 8 o'clock, but Daniel always avoided it. He never would clear it up. And I'm like, dude, like, are you just bad parents that they literally did get taken by chance and you guys are just trying to minimize it because of CPS and crap like that? Like, why are you avoiding this time? Because you said 20 minutes and then somehow it jumps to 9:40. So 9:40 is when Malaya says that Daniel, that he was sleeping the entire time. Daniel was. Well, how could he be sleeping the entire time? Obviously, if not only did Malaya turn on the TV, but he saw Lily poke her head in through the door. Not only that, he said Lily woke him up because she was rattling the lock. Again, put that in the 8 to 8:30 time frame. So then how do we get to 9:40 that Daniel was completely sleeping? In Daniel's polygraph interview, he tells you that he wasn't in a deep sleep. So how did these two children that are obviously to them a handful, yeah? I want to see something here. Did they not have their phones on Wi-Fi calling? You can text and call on it. So why did NBA use the app? Not going to lie, I'm not very techie when it comes to about, like, I know my Wi-Fi and stuff. I know that they got Starlink, and in order to use the phone, I don't know, she had Text Plus or something, I don't know. Maybe can somebody explain that better? Because I certainly can't when it comes to that stuff. I don't know how it exactly works. Someone could explain it to me, and I probably still forget, how it's all done or how they all do it there. But what was my point? Oh yeah, right. So then Daniel basically says, right, again, trying to throw Malaya under bus, that she just awoke really quickly and stuff like that. How could, again, Malaya has him sleeping the whole time. She has herself sleeping the whole time. So then why the fuck are you telling people that Daniel was up doing meth in the middle of the night and that you woke up and he was doing meth in the bathroom and blah, blah, blah. I bet you any money that there's an argument that happened. Something happened. Something to me sinister happened to these kids in the home that day. I believe it might have been before that, but I'm just going by just all the bullshit that they're saying that doesn't add up. Right now, he sits there and says like these different versions. There's at least 4 different versions about them going outside. But now he basically makes it sound like, you know what? I was running around the house. Malaya's useless ass was just standing there. You know, she wasn't doing basically shit. And he's just trying to keep inserting this narrative of that, yeah, Malaya did something. A liar is trying to make you people believe that Malaya's side of the family planted the blanket, hid the children, and for what purpose? Okay, absolutely ridiculous. Now, so anyways, so he says in one interview that, well, you know, almost like him and Malaya didn't go out at the same time, but then in another interview that they went out at the same time, but then Malaya was there on her phone, and then the one time, so in this one, what the fuck did he say there too? Like on this one, he said something like, I gotta listen to that again because I feel like that was another version of what happened. But anyways, so that first he always keeps saying that he immediately got into the vehicle. Then that story changed into he went up into the woods, you know, that little fort thing up there, right? That he's hollering for Jack and Lily while Malaya literally was doing nothing. She wasn't hollering or nothing. But he says that Malaya asked if she should call 911, and he's like, well, fuck yeah. I mean, your kids are missing. What would you do? Another time he says, you know, I can see him trying to soften it. He goes, I told her just a sec. Let me go check up in the woods. Okay. Another version was that he was already up in the woods. And when he came down, Malaya was on the phone calling 911. So which one is it? Right? Because not only did you check on the fort, whatever, and the cabins and all that stuff, right? But what happened to the immediately you got into the vehicle? Wait, I did all this first. Now, Janie, well, I want to go back and play that, what he said there, because that's bugging me, that what he just said. Let me just listen to that again.
And she asked me, should I call 911?
Okay.
Right? That's, you know, kind of instinctual. You want to do that.
Right? Put down Malaya again, but okay.
She asked me, should I call 911?
Okay, let me just, I want to go back.
Seconds.
Okay.
We made our way outside, you know, got through the fence, and then we're standing right in front of Mom's RV, and she asked me, should I call 911? Right? That's, you know, kind of instinctual. You want to do that, right?
He just told that.
We don't hear them out in the.
Did you guys catch that, though, that he just told that story differently again? That he got out through the fence and, you know, where my mom was, and she asked me if I should call 911. I don't think you, like, is that version 5, Daniel? Why, you type in shit? Right, because the bus stopped there. I'll go back later tonight and see any comments that I missed on there. But again, and then he's trying to let you know, of course, that again, Malaya. Now, you guys, from again, this whole timeline, right? They want us to believe that during this gap that Janie comes out. So Janie claims that she's talking to her brother Ron at 8:48. This is when Janie's brain cells go dead, right? Because then all of a sudden her time frame doesn't seem as crystal clear, that she can't exactly remember. She just remembers that she goes back inside. She falls asleep on Facebook. Dog barks, and she hears the kids laughing and playing out on the swing set, right? Now, Daniel's there, who's not in a deep sleep. They don't hear any of this. They don't hear a door open and close. And of course, they don't hear the children, even though their room is right there playing in the back, right? Don't hear that. But Janie does. Janie hears them, and you can put that time in. Let's see. So, so they wake up at 9:40, right? 9:40, according to their own timeline. Crock of shit. And then Janie says that she's in the vehicle because she just thinks that, just calling the kids in. She waits like 10 minutes, right? Before she comes outside. And that puts you at, like, let's just say 9:50, right? Don't forget, there's a 10:01 phone call, right, to the police. So Janie comes outside, has a conversation with Malaya. What's wrong, type of thing. Oh, the kids are missing. How long have they been missing for? 20 minutes. Well, we're not at 20 minutes anymore, obviously, because 9:40 is the time that you use. Then Janie says, and Daniel are trying to say to Malaya that their dumbasses went and checked the woods because Malaya said that they were in the woods. Well, Janie never said that in her, trailer video there. What Janie said was, I got my boots on and my first thought was to go check up in the woods. Okay. So in all this time, the phone call goes into 911 at 10:01. So Janie manages to go up that hill with her crookedy leg there and then go down and up and then around the old road and stuff like that, all in a matter of what? Like 10 minutes? Highly unlikely. Anyways, their timeline is bogus. It doesn't make sense. But during this little gaping 10-minute, right, that Daniel runs up into the woods, and then Janie says, well, you can see it up there, like, right? So Daniel somehow missed a vehicle coming into the yard that Malaya put the children in, right? Thing is, Daniel's had 6 months to sit there and try to sell people his bullshit by add-ons about the laundry, add-ons about the chairs not being moved, add-ons about Jack's jacket or Jack's green jacket being missing, add-ons about, Haley, and next thing you know, it's like, well, I guess it's like, Haley came in after the search. The searchers were already there and she just plunked herself. It's just ridiculous when you look at it as a whole, right? This is where God gave us brain cells and expected us to use them, because you can't make shit out of that timeline that doesn't make sense. Right, Melissa? What did you feel?
Ain't that
You
the
were
truth?
listening. It's like, I know you messaged me. What did you feel about the timeline? When you were listening to Janie's thing, but just in general, what was your thoughts on that? Trying to make sense out of their timeline.
So when I was first hearing the timeline, I had started making the timeline from the court documents, what I could find. And then I started listening to Janie and I thought, okay, I'll get more of a timeline. And she's very specific about when she got up and had her tea and when she had her cigarette and when she went out, took the dogs out and fed the chickens and so forth, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes down to when did you hear the kids? Well, I don't know the time. I didn't look at my phone. I was asleep. And then it went quiet. Well, how do you not think, oh, it went quiet, I should see what time it is? Her story just didn't make any sense. And then it was, well, I heard Daniel come out and holler for him. And then it was, he had hollered for him for 10 minutes. Well, it was one point, it was so that they could go in the house. Another point, she thought he was hollering at Jack because Jack likes to let her chickens out. But you know what?
Too, eh?
When I was, not like, oh, I should go check on my chickens since Jack likes to let them out, But okay. But what got me when I was listening to it was the contradiction. She would say something in one sentence, and then a couple sentences later say something totally different. But I found myself getting really irritated when she would talk down about the kids, like she couldn't stand Lily's laugh or Lily's screaming, or she couldn't stand this, or she, and it's like, bitch, this ain't about you, okay? Give us a timeline. You woke up at 6. You went outside at 7. You had a phone call at 8:48 that lasted basically 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. So 3 minutes. So somewhere between 8:51 and 9:40. So a little less than an hour. Somehow these children just come up missing and you just don't even know or care. Like, her story doesn't make any sense. And, you know, I was talking to Charmaine and we both caught on to it. And it was like, when she came outside, she asked Malaya, what's up? Kids are missing. How long? That wouldn't have been my question. What do you mean they're missing? How do you know they're missing? Where did they go? How long is more of a, how long this time?
Melissa, they certainly didn't ask Janie if the kids were in the trailer, right? One of those instinctual things that you would do. And Janie's just acting like, hey, oh, I'm just in the trailer. You're telling me the dog wouldn't be barking his face off as he's listening to people yell for Lily and Jack? Like, come on. Like I said, their whole thing is a bunch of shit. Smells like shit, you know, then it is shit.
Yeah, definitely their stories don't make sense if you have a brain. They don't have a brain because their stories do not make sense. And she seems very agitated for no reason. And she seems to care more about that stupid, ugly dog of hers. I love animals, but she cares more about that dog than she does the kids, in my opinion.
Yep. And just to answer you, Autumn Christian, so Brad's already, so basically DT asked me to ask Brad, just to prove to him that he would believe it. If Brad could say what he was doing last night, that the neighborhood would know about. So Daniel said, I'm not going to show you the screenshot, but I will. But if you could ask him that, then I'll believe it. Because I told him that we're obviously like on opposite sides of the thing. So Brad gave the answer. And I let DT know that this was the answer that Brad said, and which was that he was cutting wood and firewood and stuff like that last night. So even though I don't feel like I needed the proof, but other people obviously did. And anyways, so and then also in here, Boss Man said, yes, you know, I am Brad. I was basically using my chainsaw, cutting firewood last night. So I never questioned it myself. But for all those people that are questioning it, you know what? Like I said, he's already shown his proof. And if people don't believe it, that's not a me problem. That's a you problem if you don't want to believe that. But tell how you feel about the case, right? I'm here for truth and transparency for Jack and Lily. Just want people that have knowledge, you know, to again maybe add some information that they might not have, you know, thought was important. For instance, right? Like the thing that we all know about the thing about online true crime community, we always want to try to provide receipts to back up what we're saying and stuff like that, right? Because to get people to usually believe you, mostly, you usually have to show receipts. But sometimes it can't always be done, you know, in certain situations. And then we'll have to say, like, you know, source and stuff like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, it just comes about the truth. I didn't feel like Justin and Brad were lying whatsoever. I saw no reason to see why they would do such a thing. So yeah, I'm good with the fact of that Boss Man is Brad. I didn't think it took a lot to actually notice that, really. But anyway, where is Durwood? Probably eating a bucket of I love you RCMP right now. Okay. 1 second. Let's play more of his.
We never seen them in the house. We don't see them in the backyard. I didn't know if Mom was even at home or not, right? Because I thought she might have went with my Uncle Ron. So she's on the phone with 911. I run up to the woods where the cabins are and look in the cabins, look around the area. Didn't see them. I'm screaming, yelling, Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack.
And I was screaming for Lily and Jack, you know, all the way out when I was running up to the cabins. And My mother heard me, so she came out and said, you know, what's going on? And I said, you know, Lily and Jack are missing.
Came out of the trailer after I heard Daniel, about, I'd say, 10 minutes after I heard him, I come out of the trailer. I opened up the door, was standing here. Malaya was standing right here with Meadow on her hip. And I come out and I said, what's up? She said, Jack and Lily are missing. I said, how long? She said, about 20 minutes.
Yeah, Lily came into the room multiple times. I mean, me and Malaya and the baby were just in the bedroom.
Uh-huh.
And Lily came in multiple times, so, you know, I seen her that morning. And Jack was out playing in the kitchen, I'm guessing, and they slid open the back sliding door. It's almost like silent to hear it slide open.
Uh-huh.
But they slid it open. The boots were right beside the door, and just proceeded to, I'm guessing, play outside, and then they must have just got out to the back fence, and then they were gone. As soon as I seen that they were gone, I immediately jumped in the car, did all the dirt roads, did all the culverts, checked over the rivers, the streams. I did everything. I did anywhere the vehicle could take me, I did.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I got back home, like 10 minutes later, I immediately went out on foot till the officers got here.
And were you at the house when they arrived?
I was actually, when they were arriving, I was actually coming back to the house in the car, and I couldn't park in the driveway because RCMP just stopped in the yard, right?
Okay.
Is they were just starting to walk down and talk to Malaya. So what I did is I parked the white Nissan Pathfinder, because that's the car Malaya owns, the 2017 Nissan white Pathfinder, and I parked over on the right hand side of the marsh. You know, going toward Lansdowne Road. There's a marsh that's right beside the house there. Lily and Jack are awesome kids, very, very kind. They'll talk to anyone. They want to go with anyone. They're just looking to have as much fun as they can.
They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone.
Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, and anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack. Bugs, they're like best friends, not just brother and sister. And Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, and anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack. Bugs, they're like best friends, not just brother and sister. I mean, ever since the Friday morning, when we noticed that the children were gone, immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there. As soon as I noticed they weren't there, I immediately jumped right in the vehicle and surveyed all the area, every dirt road, every culvert that I could find. As soon as I seen they were missing, I jumped right in the vehicle and I did every dirt road and searched every culvert. The very first day I wasn't around very much because I was just searching. I was running through the woods, screaming their name till my throat hurt. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can, and just till my throat hurt. running through water that was up to my waist. And as soon as I got back, I wasn't allowed back in the woods until a man dressed in a military outfit said I could go back into the woods. Hardly any evidence at all since the first day. It's mind-boggling that nothing else was found. It just blows my mind that there's absolutely nothing. Holding out hope. I don't know why they didn't find anything from Jack's pull-up to her backpack or any of her belongings at all. They just haven't found anything. The main feelings from sadness have just turned to anger because there's no evidence as of after 1 month.
So are you thinking that the dogs will go in there and won't find anything?
I know for 100% they won't find anything. I mean, that's probably why they waited this long to do it.
Is there any piece of you that's preparing for the fact, like, what if they do find something?
No, because I didn't do anything. I know Malaya didn't do anything. I know my mother didn't do anything. Those are 3 people on the property. I mean, after the polygraph exams, they should have known right there. We didn't kill any of the kids, or we didn't kill the kids.
Well, when they took the dogs, like, inside the house, they ran from one side of the house to the other, waiting for the dogs to, bark or pick up a scent.
Okay, sorry guys. I was just in the background on Messenger. And so so Brad said it was okay. So I'm going to show you a little video that he took from out back, and in it, like he was trying to say that he could see like the lights of the car, meaning obviously it's not exactly how we saw it that night, but that you can see lights because I caught that in the video too. So obviously it was at nighttime when he heard this between the hours of like 12 to 5, and obviously it's past 12 o'clock there now and that. So I want to say thank you to Brad for messaging me, for talking in here tonight, for being a voice for Jack and Lily, and to your wife, Mary, again, to this situation that's happening in your area. People just want answers, and they want answers for Jack and Lily, and they deserve answers. So thank you for letting it be known that you are Brad Bossman, and that Mary is the wife. Kind of like I call my husband. People always say, why do you call your husband husband? Because he's my husband. Just say husband. But anyway, so I'm going to show that, okay, Melissa, right now. I just wanted to.
Yeah, let's watch it.
Yeah, so thanks so much for that. Appreciate it. And whoops, sorry. Share video file. And I'll have to play it a couple times, okay? On there. Okay, and I'll make ourselves bigger. We'll make ourselves off the screen. Okay, so this again is from the viewpoint of Brad and Mary's backyard. That's like, so he said, so you see that dead tree right there in the video? So that, he says, is in line though with Daniel's home, okay? So you guys, just to ask you, because I didn't notice, was Daniel Martell in the chat tonight? Did you guys see him?
It was a fake account.
Oh, was it? Are you sure? Are you sure? Because Daniel doesn't really use
That's what
fake
Charmaine
accounts.
said earlier.
Well, she would know by clicking on it.
That's
so
what
she would know. Because we always go to the thing. So anyway, so I'll play this a few times, and I don't have time to blow it all up and do all that stuff right now with it like I normally would do. Right. We'll just take a look at it as it's playing here. Okay, so we'll go back. Okay, so again, the dead tree is where Daniel's Martell's place. You would be able to see it. So you can kind of see some lights up there already. Now, where did I see those lights? I remember seeing lights when I was watching this a minute ago. Probably going to have to put some arrows to that. But, okay, hold on. Let's go back to that. because I know when I was looking. Okay, because you see how you can see some lights though. Can you like? I know it's hard because this isn't blown up but do you see that you can kind of see lights right there? It's kind of like 2 dots. Those look like lights to me. And correct me if I'm wrong, Brad in chat. But I remember seeing another. See how you can see the lights? Can you see them? They're above. You know where that dead tree is? Well, and then it kind of looks like an opening, and then there's a green one. So do you see how you can see that? You guys? I know it's hard. You guys gonna have to like zoom on in. You know? Probably make more sense than seeing daylight and nighttime, but I just remember that I was watching this. Oh, was it there? Hold on. Sup?
Yeah, you see the lights for just a split second there.
Yeah, yeah. Like right there. Did you see it? Like, did you guys see that? Okay, remember the dead tree is Martell's. Okay, can you guys see that? Look in that straight ahead to the left of the dead tree. And if you sorry guys, but I don't have this in a program where I can just circle it for you right here. But here, I'll screenshot it. Where's my screen? Oh, I gotta hit my light.
It's almost dead center of the picture right now.
1 second. Where's my light shot? Light shot. Okay. Just get my light shot going here. That way I can screenshot it and then pull it back up as an individual picture. And then you guys can see. But can you guys see the light? So that's what he's talking about. He's more elevated, right? They're more elevated. Just 1 second here. And 1 second. Gotta close this off. No.
Yeah, I thought that too, that I could hear traffic, like I could hear a vehicle.
Okay. Sorry, what'd you say? What'd you say there, Melissa?
When you were playing it, it sounded like I heard a vehicle. Like
Oh,
I could
okay.
hear, I could hear something that sounded like a vehicle.
Oh, well, you guys can see that, right, guys? Right there. If I go back, right in that willow tree or whatever the heck it is. It's not a willow tree, but see? You see the light right there. So that's what he's talking about. So Daniel's place. So like he was saying that I could see the lights go into Daniel's place because he knows where obviously Daniel's place is, right? So you guys, it's no mistaking that those are car lights there. I think those are car lights anyway. Those car lights, Brad? Did you say? See? Yeah, right there. Okay, so that was very nice. Yeah, you guys see it? Okay. So that was very nice of Brad to do that, right? Because people, again, they want to take away or tear apart at something, but I'm all about that. Hey, if the facts are right in front of your face and you still don't believe it, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. That's you're trying to, again, take away something that's truthful, you know. But my whole thing is about the cameras, right? So if there's no cameras that could substantiate it, does it mean that Justin and Brad are lying? Absolutely not. It's just that there was nothing caught on camera. And this is just another example. And Brad answered the question for DT. So hopefully now DT can talk and know that this is Brad that's speaking out, right? Instead of saying that it's a female and stuff like that, or that it's not him. So, DT on that one, right? And so, having something else to boot to show, like, I know we're not looking at it during the daytime, but again, right? Why would he do this? Right? He did this as a kind gesture to do this, to show us that, hey, look, I can see, right? So all you people naysayers out there. So just to add more the credibility, because some people are going to take away from this, but I just don't understand why that, because of the blanket, and why two people would willingly lie and risk, risk their selves, I guess, out in the public, or that they didn't want to deal with RCMP. And why did the RCMP take so long? Like, why did it take him over a week to grab Melissa's cameras? Why did it take so long to get the statement from, or I shouldn't say statement because Brad didn't give a statement, but you know what I'm saying? To come back. Same with Justin, right? Same thing. Like, why did it take so long? Do you want me to play it again? Yeah, sure. All right. So just want to say, I always appreciate people that understand that this channel is just looking for answers and is, being genuine to itself, and true to my heart. And it's always about the missing and the murdered, first and foremost. And if people want to talk and help out and do things like this, then thank you. Thank you. There, you guys see the car? All right. I'll play it from the start again, just for the sake of it. Okay, so you're going to start seeing the car lights right there, right smack almost in the middle to the right a little bit. See those car lights? No, I don't really want to play quite to the end there because I'm close to home. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, share screen. Or I'll cancel that. Go ahead, Melissa. Can you just talk for a second? Can you just talk about the case or whatever for a second?
I can do that.
Thank you.
Well, one of the comments I see is there's also Cassie, you said there's also no cameras that substantiate Daniel and Janie's story that Leia had someone pick the kids up and hide the kids. Their theories have to work both ways, and that's true. There's nothing that says any of that. Like, RCMP isn't saying that the neighbors are lying. They're just saying they don't have any video footage to prove and back it up. But there's also no footage of anything else either. So, unfortunately, being out in the boonies, as we call it, there's probably not going to be. Jen, I would think I think it sounds like a car, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I want to believe that they didn't hurt the kids. I do, but I don't have any proof of it. But you know what? The truth doesn't change. You can say, yesterday I had oatmeal for breakfast, and then later on, I had apples in my oatmeal. Well, you still had oatmeal. You just added that there were apples. They're not adding to the truth. They're completely changing it and saying different things depending on where you look and where you hear it. And the truth doesn't change. Yes, this is from Brad's house. This footage that Sonny just showed. If you want to see it again, rewind just a minute or so. Does he have it handy? Does he have what handy? He just took it. I didn't believe they did anything at the beginning. It took me a while to see it. Same. I tried my best at the beginning to believe them and give them benefit of the doubt. And at first, Daniel had me fooled. I thought he was very sincere. And I thought he was telling the truth. And I thought for sure somebody had these kids. But then his story started changing. And completely changing. So I no longer believed him. And that's what this case should be about, Jack and Lily and finding Jack and Lily. Not about whose handle is what on YouTube or who. That shit don't matter. What matters is Jack and Lily and finding them. They got to be somewhere. Kids don't just evaporate into thin air. I'm not talking about that footage. I'm talking about the RCM viewed footage. I wouldn't think he'd be able to share that even if he had it handy, if that's what you're asking. Sounds like a plane. Ooh, that's an idea. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, whether or not they did something to Jack and Lily or somebody took Jack and Lily, you know, I keep going back to the RCMP has said there's no evidence of an abduction. Okay, that's because there's no cameras. So, you know, they didn't just poof, oh, they were never here. They didn't do that. They're somewhere. And somebody knows where they're at. Whether it's Janie, whether it's Malaya, whether it's Daniel, whether it's somebody else that took them, somebody knows where these babies are. And they need to come home, because even if they're gone, they still deserve the respect of having a proper send-off, proper burial, a proper goodbye for the family. DT is a biased jerk and I don't like him. Yeah, I mean, they didn't just vaporize. I mean, they're somewhere. And somebody knows where. Yeah, I mean, I tried to give him benefit of the doubt. I did. But it just, his mouth kept moving. He has the right to remain silent. He does not possess that ability. I keep hearing ancient alien theorist when I get super... Don't guess I know that one. Right? I mean, you care more about keeping the bear outside than your kids inside? Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, you know what, you guys, at the end of the day, still, like I said, me and DT have known each other, please, for a long time. So when it comes to this case, because there's so much friction, in a sense, between it, that's why I said to him that, you know, like, for now, let's just not work. Like, he's not going to come on a live now, and I'm not going to go on his live. But me and DT, even though I know people are bashing me and his channel all day long and stuff like that, whatever. But DT, at the end of the day, regardless if you think that he's got a few screws loose or not, or smart, or whatever you feel, he's still a friend of mine from being in true crime. We've covered different cases together. So I get, if you feel like you don't, you know, like him, then just don't watch him, okay, and stuff like that. But try to limit the bashing on a personal attack for DT, just because, again, right, is that even if I disagree with him on this case, absolutely, fully, I know that DT, from his heart, it, just like I am, is searching for answers, even if he has his own opinions and thoughts. They're absolutely not mine. So I just want to say that, regardless, right? Like I said, I know people bashing me all day long in there, but just try to limit it on the bashing of personal attack for DT. If you don't like the content and don't believe in his whole, you know, thinking and stuff like that, that's fair enough, right? Everyone's entitled to their opinion on that. But anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Just because he, like, no matter what, like, again, I've known him for a few years now, and I've been on his shows multiple times, and he's been on this channel as well. But for this case, because there's so I'm the one that actually asked DT if he could look into this case. And so then he did, and he took it on. Now, I'm not going to lie, I didn't think that he would come back with the stuff that he feels about it, but it's just like I have the right to my thoughts. He has the right to his thoughts. Even if I feel like he's like totally off the wall on this one a bit, myself doesn't make it true, but it's just my feelings. So because of the animosity that's going on, and people were complaining that they were getting blocked and stuff over at his channel, and you guys couldn't have a say. I don't like the drama side of things. Okay. I try to veer away from that stuff. If I need to tackle it sometimes I will, but I really don't like to get into the drama. So I just thought it was better that, we put a hold, because this case has a lot of people that are very passionate for answers. And although we're here for the same reasons, a lot of us have a bunch of different opinions on this, right? Again, if you don't like over there what goes on, no one's forcing anyone to watch it, just like nobody's forcing you to watch this channel. No matter what, I'll always remain steadfast in my purpose, and that is that murdered and the missing, they matter. They are before anybody else. The victims will always matter first and foremost, for bringing awareness, keeping the voices out there, trying to bring you as much facts. Hence why stuff like what Brad sent here, or what I let DT know, right? Again, people can take it with whatever they want, but I'm looking just simply for the truth of the matter. And was it actual that these two people heard a vehicle that night? I absolutely believe so. Right? I just think that there was nothing to show that. And if the police had that on camera, we don't know where they truly are at with this case. According to Daniel, they should be looking, onto reserves, looking into Malaya. Okay. I'm just here for myself to cut the shit and get to the facts of what happened to Jack and Lily, and not the bullshit and not the side noise and stuff like that. All I look for is, in my head myself, my goal is to try to understand, with all this information that's come out, what's the most plausible thing to have happened to Jack and Lily. Was it on their home ground there, on the family ground? Was it that they were in the woods? Now, the police, RCMP, were focused so much on the woods. It's almost like they instantly pretty much deemed it that there was nothing to show that there was an abduction. Okay. We know that they've said abduction is by stranger or family member, right? Now, I absolutely believe the family member, no abduction there, for the sake of Malaya hiding them. Okay. That's kind of like conspiracy theory shit. Now, could they have been in the woods? Are they possibly overlooked? It's such a minute possibility about that to me, because of the amount of searching, but it doesn't mean that it's still not plausible. But you're talking about two children, age 4 and 6, that and this is what we heard out of their own mouths. Hi, Nova. How are you? This is what we heard out of their own mouths, that by their own accord of Janie and Daniel, that they're definitely not in the woods. That there's definitely Janie living there for 26 years. No random stranger came up and took them away, right? And again, someone said too, that would equate. So the cameras, right? So where did this vehicle come in, like freaking like invisible car come in that took of course Jack and Lily, that Daniel's talking about, considering there are cams a lot more going down the other way into the Westville area. Okay. Again, I'm going to say allegedly. Daniel has a buyer, a friend of his. His name is Chance Lays. We've already talked about him. He's in the documents, right? Okay. So this isn't about Daniel having a meth lab on his home, but allegedly, I got to keep saying allegedly for this, because allegedly, right? The friend Adam and Chance Lays were helping during the search, right? Does Daniel buy meth, right? Allegedly, absolutely, from Chance, right? Okay, but does that equate to the children's disappearance? Don't know. But again, Daniel, if you're going to talk about stuff, well, I mean, you're so far past the point of truth, there's no return, to be honest with you. But had you have just kind of been honest about things. But if you got something to hide, you're not going to tell it all, are you? Especially if there is something where the kids got into drugs. But who knows? It could have been something totally different. An argument, did something to the kids. Who knows, right? But the chances of the children being hidden somewhere, okay, just okay, tap that one out. Chances are that a random stranger wasn't seen on cameras at all in that 5 days that they had for to find any sort of vehicle that maybe was coming in and out of the area, or family vehicle, right? Well, what did they come up with? Bunch of shit. Now, go figure that the two people that are talking about hearing the vehicle, no camera footage. So there's nothing to show that. But again, it's just a very small area. And unfortunately, again, the cameras on the home that's right at the kitty corner of the railroad tracks, those cameras weren't working. So that sucks, right? Because then that could have corroborated the story. Now, did Daniel know that those cameras were out, right? Your guess is as good as mine. You know, again, Daniel, he just does things, and he thinks that I don't even know what. Honestly, it's kind of reminds me of sometimes the perfect storm, where everything that should go right goes wrong, and that there's the evidence isn't there, right, to support. Because to me, it's like, if there's no evidence to support a stranger abduction or an abduction from the family, or the fact of the big searches in the woods, what other plausible scenarios really truly are there, right? Usually in cases like this, like I keep talking about, usually the people closest to the family, the parents, stepdad, stepmom, whatever, usually cases like this, it's usually going to wind up, it's because of someone that they know or are close to them that have done something to these children. So that's the point that I'm at myself, right? And Melissa, I think you kind of are too, just based on what you've already known, is that you kind of feel like allegedly that there is family involvement here and that the truth isn't being told.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think abduction is, I mean, is it still possible? Yeah, but it's like really, really low on the list, whereas family involvement, whether it be intentional or by accident, is pretty high, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's just it. What is the higher out of all these scenarios? Okay. What is the highest out of, okay. So you guys, just in chat quickly. Okay. 1, for family involvement. 2, for them being lost in the woods. 3, that it was a stranger abduction or a family abduction. I don't really think that there's like, I'm just going to include abduction over talks. That includes stranger and family. Okay. So 1, for family involvement. 2, for that they're lost in the woods and haven't been found yet. They're underneath some mushroom cup somewhere. You know, but it's 2 children. Because again, Daniel and Janie, but especially Daniel, both of them, right? Daniel says the minute they're cold, their asses are back inside, right? That Lily didn't like bugs, you know, and that the only time that they went out into the woods was when Daniel's other kids were there. And Daniel made note that basically Malaya, her lazy butt, never went out there.
Now, Sonny, something I want to say real quick about that is I noticed they showed 2 different spots, and it may have been the same spot, just 2 different times. Okay. But the spot that they're saying that the kids went and played, and this was their fort that they made out of tree branches and so forth.
Yeah.
Something I find odd is there's no toys there. There's a water bottle, some wood, but the leaves aren't matted down. The grass isn't matted down. There's nothing to show that this is somewhere that the kids actually went. Like, you know what I mean? Because, like, if you go out to that little fort, you're going to be on your butt, and you're going to be out there playing. So where are the toys? Where's the matted grass? Where's the matted leaves?
They got a mattress and a freaking washer outside. They got that to play with instead. Why do they need a fort when they got all this other dangerous elements that are on their property? Why would they need a fort to play? Bottom line is I believe that those children did play in that fort. I just believe that they were uh, basically what you would call latchkey kids, that they just were allowed to go outside and play. And Daniel and Malaya didn't think much about it. Malaya was clearly lying when she was speaking that they were always supervised. They're just trying to. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Fred. He was saying that he'll get another a better video on the next car that comes by, right? Because this one you can see it, but going by, but again, it's there, you can see it. So that was his whole point, was that people were kind of going, well, how can you see through the trees, because the trees are this tall, and da 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 da. But I mean, clearly for anyone that's coming in, because this video is going to get ripped by all the channels, of course, which is fine, because it's about the truth, right? So for all those skeptical people out there, maybe, like I said, think about this logically. Think about the fact that two people did witness this, and here's a man that's sitting here willing to take a video just to show that he can see that there's a car going by, and that tree, the dead tree, is kitty corner, not kitty corner, but straight arrow to basically Daniel Martell's home, right? So, again, right? Can't discredit the truth. So you guys see the lights, right, through this middle bigger tree there that doesn't have really so many leaves anymore. So, so again, very grateful for that. Human trafficking, no, it's one of the lowest things out there. Again, this is the bottom line of it. Daniel has been doing enough talking that how can you believe someone that changes his story on a dime? And not only that, but is inconsistent, right? How do you believe that? So does that tell you that, oh, you know what, Daniel? I mean, I guess your lying is just proving your innocence, that you had nothing to do with it. Or that it sticks out like a sore thumb, and the more he talks and the more he says things, he keeps digging his own hole. Now, again, it's up to the RCMP to figure that stuff out, and to sit there and get, do their arresting and figure out exactly what happened to Jack and Lily. But if there's one thing I'm adamant about, it's about a timeline. It's about showing as much facts as we can. Why? To stay clear, to try to downgrade all the bullshit out there, right? So many people, like there was a ridiculous posting that I was sent, and I'm like, I think it was by, no offense, but I'm going to call her out because I think that she's a nutcase. Her name is Lori McNutt. Lori got pissed off when I blocked her ass, but that was because she was putting Belinda down, and somebody happened to send me the screenshot. And you guys know how I feel about putting down Belinda on this channel, or Chelsea, but Belinda. And so we were during a members live. I don't give a shit. Fact, she was donating and stuff like that. Don't care, right? Bottom line is that that's just being two-faced, and she's done nothing but try to, mostly shit on me, but I don't care. But anyways, so McNutt sent this posting, right? And this, I'm not even going to put it up because it's so stupid, right? Something about Hayden being drunk and, he was there on Friday night, like just utter bullshit. But she felt like it was worthy of sharing. No, Looney Tune. It's not worthy of sharing. It's worthy of bullshit to go to the bullshit pile, because that's what some of these people come up with. That all of a sudden, out of all of this stuff, let's just put Hayden there drinking, and he was so drunk, and that he said something before the children even went missing, that, about them coming back or something like that. Okay? Grab brain cells. Seriously. When you read that shit, you're like, how do you get up in the morning? How do you even breathe on your own? Stuff like that. How did you bubblegum and walk? I just don't get it. Like how people just really twist and turn this thing when clearly there's something that happened, but we're using their words against them, right? So if it stinks like shit, right, and it ain't no fucking swan, And it stinks like crap, this whole freaking timeline. It's their own words that are doing it. I am not the one that's presenting you with my timeline. I'm presenting their words out of their mouths with their own timeline. I'm not trying to fill in these gaps. I'm trying to understand what could have possibly happened with this information and that, but their own timeline comes off just like utter BS because it doesn't make sense. And I feel like sometimes it's like I got to say it like 50 times because I feel like the people in the back row aren't listening. Make that timeline make sense. Well, I spend a lot of time, and so do others like Charmaine and other channel creators. Daphne, Zach, I know that you're, I think, still in here, right? Melissa, we put a lot of time and effort into searching on our own, like searching for answers. Like, meaning we take this beyond just sitting there doing a live going, oh yeah, please donate to the channel, blah, 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 blah. Let me just make some money. Let's just do some clickbait thumbnails, right? Right? No. Just want to dig into it as deep as I can. Why? Because I'm just looking for truth. Because the truth is there. And the best way to understand the truth is through a timeline, if it's being told truthfully. But with Daniel's and what Malaya's actions, right, which are so freaking weird. We know this. Why are we making excuses for it? I'm tired of making excuses for Malaya's bullshit. Sorry, not sorry at all. Because as a mother, as a person that utterly loves her child, cannot even equate to understanding how two children disappear and these lies and these weird ass shit is going on with Malaya and how she's acting, and with Daniel and his lies, and Jack and Lily, these beautiful children here, right? It's at the expense of Jack and Lily. No way. Sorry, I'm tired of this shit. You guys know that. I'm just fed up with the bullshit of it now. Answers for Jack and Lily. Everyone that speak up, please speak up. If you know something, say something. You know, keep their voices out there. If it was your children, you would want the same done for you. And I would expect that as well, right? That's why I am a big voice and advocate for children, especially because of the fact that children, they need us. And again, if it was my child, I would want to see the love and care as well brought back to me, right? It's called karma on this stuff. So people that have answers, that know answers, speak up, shout it out from the rooftops, whatever. Get answers for Jack and Lily. But if I can put the bullshit down, right? Like in this case, right? Okay, thanks, Brad. I know you're Brad now. You said you're Brad. You sent this video. Perfect. Thank you. You didn't need to shut me down, but you need to shut some other people down because of people that are twisting that different ways, right? Anyway, preach it, Sonny. Preach it, Sonny. Yeah, and I can plainly hear the vehicle.
So I want to say something about the pool, Sonny.
The what?
So I want to say something about this pool.
Oh, the pool.
So if she's out there raking to put this pool out there, you're gonna, was she planning on putting sand down first? Because you don't put a blow up pool or any pool on gravel. You just don't, because by the time you get it out, you get it laid out and you get thousands of pounds of water in it, and then you go in it, you're stepping on gravel, you're going to put a hole in it. Everybody knows that you don't put a pool on gravel. So her saying that she's out there at the end of the driveway or the front of the driveway, however you want to put it, raking to put this pool out there is absolute nonsense to me. Nobody with a brain puts their pool on gravel.
I think it's all nonsense. She never told anybody about the pool. Like, it only came out during that, you know, like that, again, you guys know how I feel about this. Whenever Janie and Daniel talk, they're not really talking about Jack and Lily. They're talking about the poor me victim syndrome and all that stuff. They're talking about, well, I just need to show how the door opens and closes, and I just need to show this. I need to say all this stuff. I just need, at any point, you're sitting there going, And where is this about Jack and Lily? We've heard about it. Oh, I've just got a stapler. Daniel cracking stupid jokes, at the sake of Jack and Lily stuff. Hey, dude, like I said, I don't have 2 missing children. You do. And you're cracking these jokes about Netflix and KFC and stuff like that. That's why I made my funny KFC video, because it's like, dude, are you seriously going to sit there and try to put me down as we're covering these 2 kids' case of Jack and Lily, and you're going to sit there during your, I guess, time that you're not looking for them and sit there and come into lives and then get mad at people and stuff like that? Why? Why? Because they're tired of your bullshit. They're tired of watching you around like a pop-a-lot little weasel going in and out of these lives all the time and sitting there trying to spew your bullshit answers and not answering stuff. Daniel will talk to anyone that wants to listen to him, that will be an advocate to believe in him, right? I've told him multiple times, Daniel, basically, kiss my ass, not happening. Not going to happen. I cannot believe you. You have lied and you've been inconsistent so much. You keep trying to get us to believe this dumbass narrative of yours, and you have to ask yourself why. Because it's bullshit. So Janie never said anything about that pool to anyone, right? But then again, what do you even believe in the whole timeline? You would have to believe, like, it's just, to me, like, some of it's true and then other shit is just bullshit. Because it sounds like to me just a bullshit up timeline of covering up something. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. Right? Right, Melissa? Melissa, where'd you go? Speak up, woman.
I couldn't find my mouse again. Yeah, I mean, it's just their timeline doesn't make any sense. But it's like we're out here and we're fighting harder for these kids than I see either of the parents or Janie. I won't say Belinda because I think Belinda is fighting for the kids.
Yeah.
But why are complete strangers, some of them like me, even out of the country, fighting harder for Jack and Lily than Daniel Martell or Melinda Brooks Murray? It doesn't make any sense. And why is somebody you're not even married to fighting harder for your kids than you are, Melinda? Or Malaya?
Malaya. Now you got me saying, well, sorry, I was sitting there vaping. Freaking big smog cut through the fog. but that's just right. And
I was thinking of Janie.
No,
because in that audio, she was like, Melinda. Like, who the fuck is Melinda? You got Belinda, Malaya, and Meadow. Who the fuck is Melinda?
I know. 2 hours and 37 minutes. Like, I literally sat there for freaking, like, because when I'm doing a video, I can pound my mic and then don't hear it. But on my, like, everything, right? I was doing it for Alana because she asked me, right? So I had saved every, like, almost like every clipping besides on the 3rd day because it was just pointless, but there was a little bit on the 3rd day, but I saved every damn clipping and then I sent them all to my messenger so that they were all in a row. And then I literally put it together one by one as I have to leave this mic on. So I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't fart, couldn't do anything, right? I'm sitting there like literally my ass is killing me, right? And I'm sitting there just not giving up and I'm recording them to go into my Wondershare program so that I can put it into a video clip, right? And so 8 hours of listening to Hagatha for 8 hours of Janie's angry bird voice. And it was not pretty, but you know what? Whatever. It was what it was. It was for the sake of Jack and Lily, right? Because when people say something
so angry,
because her whole thing the reason why she's angry. Oh, suck it up, Buttercup, Janie. But anyway, the whole reason why she was angry is because she did an interview because I think that Dickwood, whatever, talked her into doing one or whatever. So she ended up doing one. And then she said she felt this sense of release. And as she's talking about it, but the whole reason she's angry is that people are talking about her and Daniel and saying shit about her family. She was pissed when I said the apple doesn't fall far from the tree and I gave this look. Right? Because I was sick of Daniel's shit. I was sick of it. Durwood was speaking up for Janie and Daniel when it came to talking on my lives, right? And I was watching Daniel just avoid like the plague. Why, Daniel? Because Daniel's playing his games. Like I'll do the news. You know what? I'm so special that I'll give them droplets to the news, and then I'll, tell them this little tidbit. Like this man is so manipulative and in control. But what he wouldn't do is basically saying that, you know what? I'll come in here and I'll say a bunch of shit in the chats and I'll try to make you guys believe in me. But he wouldn't come up and do a lot. Like he wouldn't sit on anybody's panel. He wouldn't talk like in Messenger and stuff like that, like meaning on the voice thing and stuff. Because why? Someone like me would tear his ass apart, and he knows it because he's afraid when he doesn't have control. Right now, he sat on DT's live, and that's the first live he did. So good on DT for getting Daniel on his thing. Because why? Because DT, had say no judgment in a sense to Daniel. And basically he found, someone to talk to, someone that he felt like could be whatever. So, I mean, for DT to get Daniel on there, again, I just can't suck somebody's ass. Like, not saying DT did, right? But meaning at the point that I was at with this case is, dude, I'm over your shit. Janie, shut up and sit the fuck down with your dog, because you, right? All you're doing is sitting there saying how perfect your son is, that Malaya could have left at any time. Lily's voice, and no one wants to listen to that. Shut up, you old grumpy bat, right? And sit there and worry about, make it about Lily and Jack instead of about your sorry ass self, about poor you and what you've gone through. Nobody gives a shit at all. Okay, really? They give a shit about Lily and Jack. And when there's bullshit that's going on and it takes people that long to speak out and speak up, and they're on the actual property and stuff like that. So she was just angry that people were talking about them and stuff like that. Too bad. So sad. Jack and Lily are missing. I'm not, like, when people say stuff like, well, I'm not going to go to a vigil because I, and that's how we hear about Daniel, is how wonderful he is, how great he is, how much he's looking for the kids. He's made some weird ass comments like that there's no magic in the air, or that, he'll look for them for a lifetime if he has to, because I promised Malaya, fuck off and shut up anymore. Right. So she was at the point that Janie spoke up was 2 months after the fact of the children missing. You know what, then, Janie? Maybe you could have helped out and spoke up about Jack and Lily. But instead, when she was speaking, it was like, and I was sitting there with my dog, and I was sitting there on the bench, and I can't take back what happened, but my life has been sucky ever since this all happened to me, and I just Jack, and I just care about my grandchildren. Wait, I mean the other grandchildren I care about more, but and it's just like, and then you would hear her get all whatever, right? And I was just like again, to listen to that, you should take some fucking downers. Just to listen to that, because it's like 2.5 hours of somebody that
I'd kill myself.
And then it's like, well, I mean, I was just simply having my tea, and I was just so innocent, and I know I heard those kids, and and I could have done something, but Malaya, my son Daniel, perfect little, okay. I'm so sick of listening to that bullshit. Talk about Lily and Jack and what you're going to do, right? What it is that you want the people to help you with, instead of listening to the poor me.
No, it was all about her.
I know, that whole,
and how she lost everything
interview,
and how she couldn't. And one of the things she said that I heard it and I had to replay it, and then I heard it again. So I replayed it one more time because I'm like, I'm mishearing this. And so then I got on Facebook, and I sent Charmaine a message, and I'm like, am I hearing this right? Like, this don't make no damn sense. Like, because she said that when her grandkids were there, and then she's like, well, the other grandkids. And I'm like, yeah, let it spill out there. Just let how much you really hated Jack and Lily really come out. But she said that her granddaughter would come in and get snacks, and her fridge was always open for her granddaughter. And then when she said, and she would get snacks for them, and I'm like, or for the others, or however it was she put it. And I'm like, really? Really? Like, you sound like you're upset about that. Like, thought they were your grandkids too. But it wasn't, I miss them so much, or I miss Lily's loud scream outside, or Jack letting my chickens out. Yeah, this shit may have irritated you when they were here, and it may have irritated the piss out of you, but they're not here to do it, so now it should make you sad. Like my son today, I had that cardiac workup, and my blood pressure and everything, like it didn't go well. But they said, well, we got to get your heart rate up, and it would only go so far. And all I could think is, yeah, if Nick were here, he'd just tell you to piss me off real quick, and it would go up. Because that was what we talked about. Every time my blood pressure was low or my heart rate was low, he would just piss me off, and then it would go up. Well, did it irritate me when he was here? Well, yeah, it irritated me, but now he's gone, and I miss it. So things like that, Lily screaming and Jack letting her chickens out, she still could have said it, but she could have said it in a more loving manner of, I miss this, not I couldn't stand those fucking kids, because that's what I got out of that. And as somebody who considered herself their grandma, she couldn't have shown any more disdain for Jack and Lily in that audio than she did.
A lot of people notice that. I'm talking, I'm muted. I do want to say back to this, so I left this up on the screen because it's the right thing to do. Because I have children, and it's the right thing to do. And that's why I knew you did it, right? When you have children, it's just the right thing to do, you know, because as children, when you look at your own precious little babies, could you imagine both your precious babies being gone, right? Both of them. And could you imagine not saying anything, knowing that you had some information, you know? You would have that regret if you didn't. So that's exactly it, because it was the right thing to do, right? When you have children especially. But the bottom line is, you know, again, thank you for doing the right thing, because it's the right thing to do. Jack and Lily need answers. And from anyone that has any information that may help whatsoever, as much as you don't want to involve yourself, but it's the right thing to do because there's children involved. So thank you so much. So I want to leave out that, because that's very important. Because again, in life, right, you try to go through life in a sense as the best kind of human being you can be, knowing that, you know, it's like a roller coaster ride up there. But at the end of the day, you always want to do what is right. And in this case, speaking out for Brad and for Justin was the right thing to do, because they wanted to give that bit of information. It's just too bad that there's nothing to substantiate it for video wise, right? Because whatever it is, well, no, it's not that I don't know what it is. You know what? Let me ask you, okay? What do you guys, including you, Melissa, what do you guys feel is stopping this case from going forward? What do you think is the reason that we haven't seen any movement of, like, it's 6 months in 9 days? 6 months.
No bodies.
Okay. What do you guys think in chat?
I don't even have to pause or think. No bodies. There are no bodies.
Yeah.
They don't know where they're at. I think
That's
if
my
they would
point.
have found their bodies, then arrest would have been made already. I really fully believe that.
Do you guys agree? I agree. I think myself, I think that Brad and Justin did hear this vehicle, that the blanket was planted, that it was a misdirection cover-up of something that happened in the home that day. Now, I keep saying this, and I'll say it again, is because they're living in such a rural area, right? Let's see, hold on. Showing have a picture of my little guy. Oh, on the buddy bench. Aw, Mary, that's so sweet. So Charmaine made her buddy bench Her and Ian made it with so much love for Jack and Lily. So their name is on it. It sits at the school at Salt Springs Elementary. I got so excited. Thank you so much. And your hubby. I'll have to, do I have a picture image file? Do I have one handy dandy? Let's see. I got so many Jack and Lily pictures. Is the bench in there? Yeah. Okay. It doesn't. Oh, okay. 1 second. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's Salt Spring Elementary Buddy Bench. So underneath that, it says Jack and Lily. So we all know that there's a special place, right? Now, this is what I'm talking about, right? People that truly care about this case. And just like myself, I love kids. I literally love children, right? They're just so special and they're just so innocent, and they just deserve all the love and care given to them. Sorry, not sorry. That's just the way I see it. And so to know that something like this, no matter what, it has Jack and Lily's name under it, and that these children that never had a buddy bench, right? That I can't remember what the lady's name was, but said that a lot of other schools have buddy benches, but their school didn't have one because they can't afford it. But you know what? Like I said, this is special for Jack and Lily. Shit, I'm going to tear up if I keep talking. Anyways, that was so nice. I have a picture of my little guy on the buddy bench. Aw. Shit, going to tear up on that one. Huh. That's so sweet. A lot of heart and soul went into that from Charmaine and Ian. A lot of time, and Kent helping out with the whole delivery process, and Sky Painter on there as well. Helping out while doing the delivery, getting rid of that delivery charge. Thanks to, there was a lot of people. I donated to it. A lot of people donated to the different things, for Jack and Lily. So when people's hearts are huge and big, right? I always want to be known. Like, maybe some people on here don't like me. I don't care, because I know who I am as a person. And there's a lot of people that actually do like me because they understand and they see a huge heart, in who I am, and genuine. Okay. I will always be true to myself. But at the end of the day, I always want to know that if I could pay it forward or do something for somebody or do the right thing, that I will do that. Right. And that's, again, a lot. I was always that way from when I was younger. I just wanted the truth. I remember my stepdad said to me, when he was talking about my twin sister, and I said, well, what's the one thing, like, he was talking about my twin sister, and he's like, oh, I always remember this about you, Tanya. And I said, well, what's the one thing you remember about me? And he's like, you just always wanted the truth. You always wanted things that were fair. And I always am that way. It's about being fair, wanting truth and stuff like that. So when my sister would lie and say I was cheating playing a game, I get so pissed off, right? And because for some reason, because I'm a free spirit and my twin sister, everyone always believed her. I was like, are you people like freaking Looney Tunes? Like, seriously, I always got blamed for everything whenever it came to me and my twin sister, because she was like the nun, where I was always just like, yeah, YOLO, whatever. But I always got blamed, right? Didn't matter what my sister said. So, of course, am I not going to get pissed if you're being accused of something that you didn't do? Of course you are, right? So then you make it your goal. Well, but it was always pissed me off. I hate being accused of shit that I don't do. If I did it, okay, I'll own it. But if I didn't, I'm going to usually speak up and say my piece on that shit. But without my twin sister, pointless battle. Everyone always believed her. Pissed me off to no end. And yet she was the one out having sex at age 12 and shit like that. Me, I wasn't. Like, shit, right? She was the one with skeletons in her closet, but she came off like the nun. So love you, my sister, but bullshit. It was always bullshit. I'm the youngest one, out of like 8 of us. I'm the youngest one. I'm like 10 minutes younger than my twin sister. Anyways, what was I going to say? Okay, so, hmm, do. What else did you want to say? Oh, so that's the buddy bench. Eh?
I was just gonna say, like in that audio, she said that she got bribed with a pack of cigarettes and some doggy treats.
Yeah.
I will adopt your doggy, and he will have doggy treats galore, and I will buy you an e-cigarette in jail. And Daniel Martell will, I'll put some money on your books when you go to jail. There, I bribed you. Now come tell me the truth. Where are the kids, and what did you do to them?
Isn't that so sweet, though?
Since you open up for bribes.
Yeah.
I mean, a pack of cigarettes and some doggy treats.
No, she wouldn't talk to the Globe and Mail after that. Huh? You know? It was just like, do a kind gesture. And I guess it was their egos got bruised, you know, and that's why they cleaned up their shit shack as well for that interview. Are you part Libra, Sunny? Libras are all about injustice. I'm Cancer. I'm Cancer. Cancers are very much family oriented. We're very much about the truth. We're very intuitive. If I tell you not to like somebody, it means because you don't, because I think that they're slime. Actually, no, it's not that I think that they're slime. It's because I know that they're slime. So yeah, I'm very much a deep empath. So no, not a Libra, but Libras and Cancers get along very well, even with Pisces as well. But there's a few signs that are very much similar, but definitely Cancers are all about their family or tight, like where those lioness don't mess with my effing family type of shit, because I'm that person that, yeah, like I said, and it's only because of a domestic violence and being through those relationships, yeah, that my voice, I got tired of bullshit. I got tired of being abused. I got tired of people telling me how I should think, how I should wear my hair. Go fuck yourself. I don't come into your life, tell you what to do. So it was just me taking control and going, look, now as time has gone on in my life, I give people time where I want to. So meaning I'll lend an ear. I'll help out if they need help in some way, shape, or form. I'm always trying to do things for people. But the minute you abuse my kindness and shit like that, is the minute that I'll block. Like if you literally are a constant liar to me and stuff like that, I'll cut you out of my life as fast as you came into it, and I don't look back. It's very rare that I ever look back, because I just want people that are being genuine and honest and sincere and sympathetic and caring and stuff like that in my life. I don't need people that are trying to bring me down, tear me down, and all that shit. So Cancers are very much a feisty sign when it comes to our family and our friends and stuff like that. But have hugest hearts as well, right? So they're very similar to, like, Aries men can go take a flying leap. So if you're an Aries man in here, but Aries are very similar to Cancer on paper, but they're more selfish, self-centered men. I'm not talking about females. I'm talking about men and stuff like that. So I'm not usually a person that goes on about my zodiac and stuff like that. I know what my zodiac is. I know I'm the year of the rooster. I just know who I am as a person. I don't need a book to tell me about that, but I don't. It's kind of like that whole Briggs and whatever personality test, right? I'm what you would call a campaigner. So, some people are introverts, extroverts, and all that stuff. I'm totally an extrovert, right? I have to be around people, and I have to either be painting or doing arts and stuff like that. That's the stuff that makes me happy. So if I can do something for another human being, and I have the ability in my title as a general manager and stuff like that of a hotel, it was what I could do for somebody, not what my title was, but if I could give away free parties and stuff. That's my love cup. So other people can suck it if they don't believe me, but my biggest love cup is what I can do for other people. And if I can put a smile on somebody's face on any given day, which I do tons of times in a day, especially through my work, then I will. Why? Because I can. I have the ability to do so. I have the ability, unlike Janie, to not be sitting there always going, oh, poor me, poor me, poor me. Right? I just like to try to make other people happy. And I think that that's, that's my calling in life. Right? But I think the whole thing was, are you Libra? That was a long answer. What sign are you, Melissa? She fell asleep. Melissa,
Sagittarius, but I just identify as an asshole. But
yeah, you guys can talk about
Sagittarius
that.
is my sign.
Okay. Sagittarius.
I have this magnet on my fridge and it says I hate everyone equally. I'm just mean like that.
You're just mean?
Yeah, I'm an asshole. I admit it. And actually, I seen it the other day. Somebody
1
said,
second.
don't call yourself an asshole.
Um, 1 second. Go ahead. Talk. Sorry, I got to turn off my thing. 1 second.
Oh. No, I seen this thing the other day and it said, don't call yourself an asshole. Call yourself a hemorrhoid. You irritate the asshole. And I'm like, hey, that's me. I know I'm mean. I don't like people. But Sonny, it is after 1 o'clock. I'm gonna have to head to bed soon. I gotta drive up to my brother's tomorrow. My niece and nephew have their graduation party finally.
I'm here. I'm present. I can tell you're tired, and I'm still
December
using you.
14th. December
Right?
14th, what, Carol? Is that your birthday?
Whose birthday? Zach, what are you still doing up?
Carol Bowser said December 14th. I said, what is December 14th? Is that her birthday? No, I don't deal with idiots. Ha, that's cool. Mine's the 13th. Yeah, I don't deal with idiots very well. I get yelled at a lot by my brother for it. Because idiots come up to me and I just tell them how it is. And then they go complain to my brother and then he has to come attempt or act like he's yelling at me. It doesn't work. Normally him or my sister-in-law will walk up to me and they'll be like, I look very mad right now and I'm yelling at you. And you understand this, right? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, uh-huh. Oh, we just got a chain going, 13, 14, 15.
My
I
bad.
just
Didn't
got
want me.
distracted because, like, you froze and it looked like your one eye was just twitching.
Oh, did it?
And I'm over here going, what the fuck is wrong with Sunny's face?
Sometimes it does
Oh
do
my
that.
God.
Was it my eyebrow? Not all set.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it does do that shit. I've seen it do it, and or when my camera fucks up or whatever. But anyways, yeah, I think I was typing, so I have to was going down. But no, I've seen that happen a few times now. All of a sudden, my freaking eyebrows start. Gemini.
If I was high, I'm over here going, what the fuck is Sunny doing with her face? Oh, it's been a long day. Oh, I needed that laugh.
I'll let you go to sleep. I should probably go, but yeah, I'm just kind of waiting for some just kind of waiting for someone in my messenger to just answer me if I can share something or not. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for. But you can, I love you. I've abused you, and I know you haven't spoken a lot today and stuff like that. And the kind of the live went off a little bit of track somewhat, but I don't care. I'm kind of like a YOLO person. I kind of had certain things, but honestly, I appreciate you being here. By the time we do another live, you'll know more about the case again. With that, I'm just kind of waiting to see if I can talk about something, and just to see, and then so
To hop down because, like I said, it's been a long day already, and
all right,
it's just yeah, I need sleep because tomorrow's gonna be a long day too. But yeah, I mean, I will continue working on the document. Like I said, I've started on it. There's lots of pages already in it, so it's gonna be a lot because I feel like I'm only a couple of months in. And but I haven't been able to, do, full on this week. So hopefully next week isn't going to be as busy. So hopefully I'll be able to kind of kick it in high gear and get that a little more together.
Yeah. Am I still talking to you?
But I will replay I will replay the last of the live tomorrow to see if you were able to share it. So, good night, everybody.
Good night. Are my eyebrows twitching again? And what's 1 second? Okay.
You're off camera now.
Who? Oh, I'm off camera now. Okay. Is there anybody out there is there anybody out there that is like YOLO and wants to come sit up with me and talk about the case? Anybody? Just asking. Zaki, do you have time to come up? I'm just kind of YOLOing it right now. Good night, Melissa. Oh yeah, you know what? For all I see, it's only 10:17 here in BC time, eh? Hey, I know a lot of you guys, but it's like Friday, right? So like you guys can party like it's 1999, I suppose, still, right? I'm like 56 people. Okay. I barely get 4 hours of sleep if I'm lucky myself on any given day. 1 second here. Okay. Sorry, coming back here. Maybe it is time to get off, for the night. I'm joking. I stopped drinking, so that kind of ended friendship. Hey, Joe. How are you guys? All right. Are you guys all ready to go? Are you guys all ready to go to bed yourselves? Getting too late? Ooh. Um. Now, I have a question for Bossman, but I think him and his wife have probably gone to bed at this point. My question would be, because this is something I was interested in as well. So, you heard the vehicle 3 to 4 times. Now, was it always kind of like in that same direction, right? Of going towards where like the blanket was, it you said in earshot to Concord you could hear as far, but was it all within the same direction when you did hear the vehicle? Like, did it seem like it was going back and forth to the same? And just 1 second here, muted myself. If you're still here and can answer that, if not, maybe I can ask you and measure. Okay. Where am I? I can listen to. Okay. I think you know what? I think I'm going to end this live. And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I know that Kent wants to talk about different things in regards to Jack and Lily thing and just some different stuff going on. And okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. Tomorrow we're going to have something very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'll go take a look at Clutch Some Pearls after. All these people with the same names. DT, Daniel Martell, Justin from Clutch Some Pearls, Justin Sundance Smith, the one that's out here now and stuff like that. Yeah, so I have to sometimes double look at it. Oh, did he not do a live? Did he not end up doing a live? Anyways, again, I want to stop and say, of course, Jack and Lily, we got to put their little faces up here first. The beautiful bench that Charmaine made. Thank you, of course, to Brad and Mary for coming in here, talking with us, sending the video. Appreciate it so much. Jack and Lily, answers justice. And like Malaya said, right? Like Malaya said, don't be afraid to be a voice. That came from Malaya. Words to live by, but don't be afraid to be a voice for Jack and Lily. They deserve the answers. Children are precious. They're gifts. These two beautiful faces before you, the family members that truly want answers for Jack and Lily, the people of the community, whether it's the school, friends, whatever, right? This is a horrific case out of Nova Scotia in Lansdowne, Pictou County. And again, blessings to Jack and Lily and to everybody, all you guys out there. If you haven't hit that like button, please do. I'm going to end this live with a, massive thank you to everyone. I just want to appreciate this as my last thing. So Tanya had sent a super sticker. Linda Hedgie had sent us pounds, 10 pounds. Miss Dog Lover, she said, hello, so I'm not up to speed on the case. Miss Dog Lover is out of the UK as well. And then she did another one, where's my shout out, Sunny? Miss Dog Lover. And then Daphne became a new member as well. So thank you guys for, again, all being part of this, and love and light. to Jack and Lily and answers. And again, don't forget Jack's birthday is on the 29th. He will be 5 or he will be 5. Okay, guys. Okay, so with that being said, I'll just play out the quick little video here. For a second, for the 6th month anniversary, I'll play the new Painted Rocks video, like for Where is Jack and Lily? Which one's this? We'll just play this one out. Jack and Lily. I hate this. So sad.
In the woods where shadows lay, Jack and Lily went to play. On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper hope soft too. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone?
Good night, guys.
We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send your way.
Good night, guys.